Hi everyone! I hope we're all having a most wonderful weekend so far. Happy Sunday to those of you on the other side of the world. Welcome. Today we're gonna have a classic, nice and chill Fallout Sunday stream. And we've got mutated events, we got the double caps. Today, we'll probably have a vote for community games as well, to see, for community game show, and see, which one you guys want to play later. Kamahochi, thank you so much for the 100 biddies there. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good one so far. I don't think I do, no. So if you would like to do an expedition, we can certainly do that. The last time I did an expedition, I did get one of those plans, so the drops are working at least. Yeah. Yes, Server Slam ended at around 4 AM my time for Diablo, so sadly we won't be able to cover it today. Yeah, so just yesterday's stream. Yeah, it ended quite a few hours ago now. But I did manage to, off stream, I did get the boss. In the first group I joined, with a couple of seconds to spare. It was very intense. The music got more intense as the timer went down. And it was a very anxious 15 minutes of my life. But I did get that Diablo boss down before the slam ended. Right. I think I posted a picture of it in the Discord as well. The victory. It got so fast. Oh my goodness. That thing slapped. People were getting wiped left, right, and center. One guy was just emoting the whole time. I think he was panicked or given up. His character's going, hi, bye, wings. And that was it. So yeah, the world bosses in Diablo 4 pretty intense. That one is a little more intense because the max level in the beta was 20 and the level of the boss was 25. So that's why it's a little tricky. The live version, I'm assuming if you're more in tune with the level of it, it's not going to be as anxiety inducing, but it was certainly fun. Yeah, overall I had a pretty good time with that yesterday with the Diablo beta. A couple of you let me know how you were feeling about it as well in the suggestions and feedback section of the Discord. So I'm very tempted to get it. Yeah, if anyone who took part in the Diablo 4 Server Slam this weekend, you know, let me know. Let me know your thoughts, if you enjoyed it, if you're going to get the game, if you're still thinking about it. Did you get the boss down? Yeah. Get what? If you got to level 20, you got a backpack with a sleeping wolf in it. And if you beat the boss, you get something for a mount. Yes, 4. Yeah, they had a stress test, basically, this weekend. But it ended a couple of hours ago. But let's see who we got in chat. We got Chen, Wriggle, Kara, Smite, Lena, I Hope, Emily, Captain 2, Smokey, Rick, Kimoji. We got, of course, Truly, David, as well, and the lovely Ogre and Nova. Welcome. You know, I didn't get the time to try the second difficulty tier, so I'll probably just do that when the game comes out. Yeah, usually the way I play Diablo is as I improve my gear, I up the difficulty. But yeah, it was a good time. We got Bob and Jesus in. They were both playing Sorks. Sorks looked really fun in that game. I was playing Necromancer though. So yeah, we were also talking about the potential of if we do decide to stream it at launch, some potential Kane Necromancer streams. As we got I was pretty pleased with our character. I thought she came out pretty nice. Yeah. Your gear broke a few times. You're like 25 in the last 2 betas, but they nerfed us down to 20, and when the game launches, there's going to be a world boss in each of the zones. Oh, I like that. That's kind of like how it does it. Yeah. Nice. World boss in each zone. I like it. Oh, one thing I did realize that I don't think corpse explosion is useful in bosses because there's no corpses. There was like 2 corpses the whole time I was fighting that thing. So I feel like, yeah, or you need an ability that can produce corpses when there aren't enemies. Then maybe fine. But yeah, there was a very distinct lack of corpses to explode. Or to, you know, bring your skeleton army back, so. It's one thing I have to think about when it comes out next month is, do I want to, yeah, do I want to spec into that again? A K-crow. That makes you sound like some kind of bird. How you doing, Brian? I hope you're well. I did some carpentry this weekend, put some new baseboards. It was a real devil of the job, I guess you could say. It was a Diablo floor. Oh no, ogre. But it's all finished now and done and dusted. I did enjoy it though. Yeah, the VOD is on YouTube as well for anyone who missed it and would like to have a sneak peek and see. Yeah, we basically got from 0 to 20 on the stream. The only thing I didn't get to do on stream was the boss because I got to 20 just as the timer had, just as a boss had finished, and they were only spawning every 3 hours. So, yeah, sadly we didn't get to do that on stream. But we got to 0 to 20 there. You're thinking about Necromancer as well? I think it comes out the 6th, but I think you can get 4 days of early access if you pre-order a certain tier, Kara, so you can potentially play a lot earlier. Yes, I mean, so yeah, sorcerers have always been a bit glass cannon. So when you go sorc, you expect the big damage, don't you? Yeah, she looked cool. You enjoyed watching it too. Are you considering playing in the future? I hope. I think, yeah, yeah, I really enjoyed the Necromancer. That was kind of everything that I hoped it would be. Yeah. The only issue we had was the team dropped 2 times, but after that it was fine. Just randomly just booted Bob, and then booted me, and I was a leader. But it was really easy to get back into a team. So yeah, it was surprisingly the least buggy thing we've played this week. Oh, it comes out on your birthday. Nice. Because yeah, I think you said you were planning on playing, right, Cara? I had some friends talking into trying it, the beta with them. Got to level 17 on tier 2. Oh, and then the servers went offline. It was kind of short this weekend, wasn't it? Yeah. It was kind of short. No worries. Have a good day at work. Hopefully it goes by quickly, truly. I don't do carpentry. I don't know. You might have been doing some at-home DIY there, you know? You had it pre-purchased since right before the first beta. Been playing Diablo since 1.08 on Diablo 2, and you always enjoyed it. But you didn't care too much for free. Free seems to have that effect on people, I've noticed. Yeah, yeah. I think I wouldn't be surprised if when the remaster came out, more people played that. I didn't now, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed free. I played free. I took part in a lot of seasons for free. I really enjoyed the Necromancer is when it kind of pulled me in. Diablo free. But yeah, tone-wise, Diablo 2 had it right. And I think Diablo 4 does continue on with that grittier, darker tone that a lot of people were used to in 2. The environments were really great. The ambience was good. Had good voice acting. Your Ultimate Edition's already paid for, and you've got you're ready to go. Diablo needs more. I mean, less clothing for your characters. I think you're wanting to play one of those like, what is it, Arc? Korean MM Lost a Heart or something. If you wanted the booba action RPG. Oh, right, so yeah, it's like 80 gigabytes, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually looking into getting a 2 terabyte new SSD just so we can fit all the games this year. So I get that. Because, yeah, games are chunky these days, aren't they? You a witch doctor. I have no idea if they're thinking about bringing that back or not. Yeah, there was no witch doctor. There wasn't, obviously there was no demon hunter. I think Rogue's kind of taken over that. What else? Oh, there was no paladin. Oh, monk as well. Bob wanted a monk, but there was no monk. So I feel like paladin or crusader is going to show up at some point. I feel like they're going to at least put that in. I just don't know about witch doctor and, that other one. Monk right now, yeah. You totally forgot all the rainbow color memes when Diablo 3 came out. Everyone was saying how bright and colorful it was. It even had a rainbow unicorn level with Care Bears and My Little Pony. But, yeah, one thing I hope we get is, like, pets. You know how you would get the little pets in Diablo 3 following you around and they pick up your gold. I kind of hope we get that, because, one, that would be a very good monetization, area for them. Pets. Also gives people things to collect in-game. I really enjoyed collecting pets in-game and in Diablo 3. Getting the rare stuff was fun. And they're just cute. Like, the one time you could get this little butcher pet. I think he was in Diablo 1, right, the butcher. It was like a little mini version of him, and he'd follow you around and, like, collect gold for you. And it was kind of cute. Mothman egg omelet again, so we're gonna get Mothman eggs. Oh, Mylark eggs and Mothman eggs. Is it Easter? Did we go back, like, a month? How you doing, Sulfur? I hope you're well. Welcome. You like the look of the gear? The barb gear for the women. They had some good, like, transmog looks. Yeah, that was one thing I enjoyed too. The transmog system. Just that ability to look any way you want while wearing whatever you want is nice. They did say there's going to be fancy transmogs that you can earn in-game, and then some you can get from the shop. And some of the ones they showed in-game looked better than the shop ones, funnily enough. So I'm looking forward to kind of unlocking outfits like that. And seeing what kind of looks are going to be available out there. You want a unicorn pet following you? Oh my god, it's like My Little Pony. Right. Hear me out, Nova. It's a My Little Pony pet, but it's Bones with a fluffy tail. Because it's a necromancer My Little Pony. With, like, blue glowing eyes. And that, like, blue glow the skeletons had inside. Right? Then it would, like, fit with the necromancer, but it's still My Little Pony. So it's like a cute zombie pony. Apparently from, oh, nice. I'm curious. Ooh, what are we, because there's not, like, really a healer class yet, so I'm like, instinctively my brain would lean towards it being a healer type. Or holy damage type. Because what have we got so far? Barbarian, Necromancer, Sork, Rogue, Druid, right. You really want a Witch Doctor. Honestly, the Witch Doctor was interesting, and yeah, it'd be a shame if they just kind of, if they abandoned it. Brony? Isn't that what it's called? Boney's something different. How you doing, Lucifer? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? I'm doing all right. Yeah, just the start of the day for me, so very early. We'll get the Mylar kegs from Ohio Rivers. Yeah, oh, that's right. Yeah, they'd have the little voodoo heads as well. Yeah, they had some fun abilities. Yeah, we'll get some quick ASMR can opening. Here we go. You ready? Best way to start a day with a nice can of your favorite energy drink. There we go. Oh, yeah, one thing that I was really impressed by in Diablo 4 was the amount and the level of accessibility. They had a lot of accessibility options, from things like color blindness to, like, you know, strobe lighting, turning off screen shake as well, things like that. And Mick even came in and mentioned that a lot of the color changing settings were really good for him, because some games now are just a little bit too dark, and because he's been having some vision issues, having the ability to tweak the colors and stuff really makes a big difference there to can you play this game or not. So I thought that was really great. It's nice when you see the effect that accessibility options like that have. I think the eggs are broken again because everybody's booping them for the daily. So the eggs have done that thing again where they're, when you click them, they like break, but they don't. You know what I mean? Where they do that. We might have to wait for Swarm. If we wait for Swarm of Suitors, we'll probably be able to get it done that way. Just the eggs are broken right now. It's like a Russian doll, but eggs. You click an egg and there's never egg inside it, but the eggs don't really exist. They're just an illusion. Yes, an ASMR can of ASMR. Exactly. But yeah, no, I'm sad that we only really got yesterday to play it, because I felt sort of towards the end of the stream we were really getting into it. But overall, I really enjoyed what we saw, and the skill tree wasn't as intimidating as it looked when I saw a picture of it. I feel like it was relatively easy to follow once you started. So that was nice. Even though it's different. I need to make, what is it, Mothman omelet. This one, okay. I'm gonna make like 4, so if you need to sell it, okay, right. I'm putting 3 here, and then I'm gonna sell 1, so there'll be 1 floating around in the shop, and then there's some there, so you can get your daily done if you haven't done it yet. We'll go sell that, and then I actually need to go get some, like, brain bombs and cranberry relish, so we'll start off with that, because it's a nice and chill way to ease into the stream as well. I wanted to join, but I was so tired. Oh, no worries. Yeah, we did do it later on into the stream. But hey, maybe, you know, if we do end up playing it for launch, we can play then. Because I think we can make a clan together. We can only be in a team of 4 at a time, but we can all go to like world bosses and stuff together and hang out in towns together and things like that. And then, like, split people up into teams while we do stuff. So, I think it looks like it is possible to have some community gatherings. And it seemed pretty easy for Bob and Jesus to get into my game. Just, you know, regions don't... Kind of like 76, yeah. So with this Diablo, the regions are not separated like they were in the previous games, where, like, you've got to go out of the game, change the region. It's not like that. You can just play with anyone, anywhere. Which is really, really nice. Great for us. So that was another change they made. The new game that I really liked. Oh, spin the wheel! Let's go! Oh, you have it pre-ordered. Yeah. Yeah, Kenny was saying he was telling me to get the... whatever the top edition is, because you get to play it early. Like 4 days or something. So he suggested that. It does seem to come with a good chunk of cosmetic goodies, though. I saw some of the physical editions, and they had, like, really cool, like, statues and stuff in them. So they went all out with those. You're dropping 21 Mothman omelets as well, right? Right, so there's a bunch, enough for everybody on the server. Mothman egg omelets to sell. Thanks, Jen. You got that edition too. It's a little pricey, but like you said, it comes with a season pass as well. And I think that was Kenny's main selling point for it. He said, you want the season pass to me. And I think that Ultimate Edition comes with that, doesn't it? Is it not? I'm sure there's one edition that comes with, like, the... Do they call it a battle pass, not a season pass? I thought there was one that had that. Let me have a look. Oh, no, yeah. Accelerated Seasonal Battle Pass unlocked. Includes a premium season battle pass unlocked plus 20 tier skips and cosmetics. That's in the digital... Wait, what? Why? No, yes. No, yes. That is in... Okay, that's weird. One of them has the accelerated seasonal pass. The other has the premium seasonal battle pass. Why does premium sound better than accelerated? Oh, wait, no. Because the Ultimate Edition includes the premium as well. Okay, yes. So the digital and the Ultimate Edition both have a pass with them, it says. It's something... I guess it's for, like, I don't know, season like what we have in 76, maybe, something like that. Kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, 4 days early access as well, and a lot of mounts. Oh, there are pets! There's something here that says Innerus Murloc pet, so... There are definitely pets. That one's about $100 on Battle.net. It's $99.99. Hey Bon, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. Yeah, 4 days early, it says. Yeah, you know, like how every season passes free items. I'm curious how many, what the time scale for those is gonna be. I'll see if I can find out that information. Like how many a year they're gonna be. Oh, if you want to just buy the game, it's about $69.99. That's just if you want the extra editions with, you know, pre-order stuff, basically. Oh, you know, I gotta delete the message though if you mention that website because of it. Yeah, sorry, we can't have that one in chat, and I can't promote or really encourage that particular website. No, it's not. It doesn't cost that much. Yeah. No, well, yeah. We don't really want to bring people there. You know, generally, not the best. I know it's cheap, but it's not the best place to buy. You know, you want to, if you can, if you enjoy a game, support the developers. By, you know, getting it from the source if you can. Like, I'm doing all right, Bon. Yeah, not too bad though. Just early morning for me so far. Okay. Let's go just plop some stuff in and then we'll... I think I need to go get some cranberries still. Hi, Deaf Crow. How you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? I hope you're good. Guessing something ran out. That's why we're a little bit heavy. Yeah.
How can I make your day more fun?
Oh, just drop a few of these. Okay. We should be able to move now. Alright, we want to get cranberries. I do need to make some more teas as well today. Oh, I'm glad you slept. That's good. So you're feeling nice and rested now. There are a couple of places. Most are in the cranberry bog. This place is nice because you can avoid Mirelurk queens. So it's good for like new players as well, or if you're just feeling lazy. Because these two locations have the Mirelurk queens. Guarding the cranberries, the sacred cranberries. Oh, thank you, Captain 2. Appreciate it. Max cranberry fight. Basically, that's exactly, yeah. It only really has cranberries, doesn't it? Oh, 12 out. Nice. It sounded like you really needed the rest then. That's good. Hi, Fluffy Bacon. Hope you're doing well. Good to see ya. I wish there was a thing like Slocum Joe where you could make sugar. Sugar's super easy, so you just need snaptails, and that's it. So, a really good route for sugar is you just go up this river here. It's also really good for forest disease cures, too. Because if you go around here, you can get fire caps. And then down here as well, another snaptail route. And all you need is pretty much just snaptails, and then you can make sugar, yeah. There's at least one more somewhere. Oh, there should be one more. Ah, there it is. Yeah, usually there's about 20 here. If you have the green thumb on. People on this server must not like me. They keep removing me. Oh no! Maybe there's a few people playing together. If you make a team, I'm sure people in the community will jump in. You love your new helm you got? Oh, the skull. Ah, the Blood Eagle one from Daily Ops, maybe. Yeah, those outfits are pretty cool. You're just lazy. You want the sugar to come to you. I'll do daily ops with you, Chen, if you need. I am here to help, after all. Oh, nice! I started some in a vendor. Hey, Peanut. How you doing? Hope you're having a good one today. Welcome. How's it going? I was able to play a little bit of 76, and yeah. Have you been playing a lot of other things lately? When we had like a whole stream for Redfall launch where we just played that, and then when I got back into 76, I was like, I have no memory of this. Oh, work and then dailies. Hopefully work will go by quickly. You want a slide? Oh, you want a sliding game, or? I mean, we kind of have a slide. We have the water pool slide from the Wavy Willard stuff. Oh, Oh, the sliding in that game was like really drawn out. Like you slid really like further than I expected you would. So sometimes it really threw me off. Because I would slide a little further than I'd anticipated into the enemy. So it took a bit of getting used to. Hi MLD, hope you're well. Hang on, we do not have one prepped yet. I will prep one so you can squeeze in, yeah? Alright, there we go. You can squeeze in now and type exclamation mark play. You just been working, trying not to play All Out 76. Probably gonna wait for the new season. Ah, I see. Well, that is soonish. So, I guess it kind of works out. So, we'd probably get a few days of Diablo, and then the season would come out. That time frame is actually quite nice. Because it'd probably be like, end of the first week, going into the second week of, next month. How you doing though, MLD? I hope you're good. Hope you've been well this weekend. You just kept sliding and went down. No, really, yeah. Like, I think it'd be really easy to slide off a cliff in Redfall because it's quite drawn out. You wait until tomorrow for Minerva. Ah, get the Secret Service armor. Nice. Yeah, get it on sale. Why not? Oh, hey, Topher. Oh, bloody Tesla. Is it going to be useful, though? It is not. It's a one-star. You've been waiting to get paid to get the new Star Wars to keep yourself distracted? Oh! I saw a lot of people talking about that game. They seem to be having fun with it. That Jedi one, right? Ah, you still got to do the Wastelander stuff. I hope she has that plasma cutter plan that you're looking for. That's the one you're hoping to get the sale on. Okay, yeah, okay. I might need sugar, actually, so we'll actually go down the Snaptail route. I feel like we were doing a nuke shine race or something there. It might be Orky who's dead. A lot of chaos in that picture. You really like the first one, so you're hoping the second one is going to be good as well. So it's hard to not get. Oh, I see. Right, yeah, because it's been out for a little bit as well, right? But yeah, hopefully you'll have a good time with it. Most people I know who played it said good things. So I just know it had some performance bumps when it came out, but I'm guessing a lot of that's probably resolved now. Diseased cranberries are considered a different ingredient, so they don't count for cranberry relish. It has to be the non-diseased cranberries for that. I learned the tweaked automatic receiver for my handmade. It gave me better DPS than the powerful one. And you got that 50 crit as well. So the... Oh, it relabeled it. Oh. Yeah, because we're getting quite a few changes in next month's patch, aren't we? And it's going to be a bit more easier to calculate your damage and things like that. So it's going to be interesting to kind of dive into that and see how it goes. But yeah, sometimes with a gun it depends on if you're using VATS or not. In some cases, you're going to do a little bit more damage if you can VATS longer. So opting for the mod with the least weight in those situations could be more beneficial because it's going to cost less AP when you're using it, so you can shoot more. Alright, I think we've got enough of those. Oh, if you're looking to get in game with us, yeah, just make sure you go through this page first, yeah? I mean, we'll probably do, and I think Schmite wanted to do an expedition or something as well, so we'll probably do one at some point today. I still got those headlamps to collect. Okay, yeah, we got the snaptails. Okay, we'll go make these first. Yeah, with low luck, powerful auto receiver, probably better since you'd crit less often, but that 50% extra crit from the mod. Plus the, yeah, if you're like focused on crits, it would be really nice, yeah, yeah. Especially if you're critting quite often as well. This is why when people come in and say, what's the best mod? Sometimes it's a little subjective because it depends on the build type. If someone's using VATs, if they're not using VATs, if it's like manual aim. And we ball border, that's it. But that's what keeps it interesting, you know? All the options we have. Yeah, that's why I say ESO is about like muscle memory. So there's a little bit of skill there, and it's all in the fingers, so to speak, you know. That muscle memory there, in the weaving, especially if you're dealing damage. Whereas in 76, it's more about the knowledge of the game mechanics. But the tricky part about 76 is a lot of that is hidden behind walls that only the data miners can breach. It's not clearly stated in game, and there's a lot of things we wouldn't know if it wasn't for data mining. A lot of things we wouldn't know were broken if it wasn't for data mining. So that makes the hurdle a little bigger, because without that sort of insider knowledge, you might not be making the most out of a build. Alright, Bon, let's get you in. Bon. Oh. Bon 6X. Order 420. Alright, let me know if you got that. Hopefully it worked. I think so, Wriggle. Well, if it works properly. Just another factor of this game. Is it working the way it's supposed to work? Already did one today. You want to do Tuesday? Oh yeah, sure, we can do one on Tuesday with you. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine by me. You're welcome. Okay, and then... Why? Oh, gourds, right, but that's fine, because they're in my garden. I mean, we're getting there. It's getting better. Like, it's definitely gotten better since the removal of the legacy, effects. Alright, need to make nuke grenades as well while I'm here. For the silos today. Then we want some poopy grenades so we can just get those gourds. Very balanced. 500 round dragon. Bloop. I love turbo for grenades. I just wish there was more stuff we could plant, you know? Like cranberries. And ingredients. That'd be nice. Roll the bloody handmade! Oh, nice! Congrats! I like handmaids. I've got lots of nice skins as well. Yeah, right! Cranberries would be great. We came really close to getting pumpkins. It was like in the PTS, and then it got removed. But we came close. We came close to getting the pumpkins. Dropping a Scorbo brain here at camp. I gotta go sell my omelet. Hi, Jules. How are you? You're doing well today. Welcome. How's it going? A balloon? We all, I mean...
Would you like
to
a
say
balloon?
no to that? Who doesn't love balloons? The new Saints Row update and expand. Oh, right. So one of the big expansions are out. Oh, we could do that this week then, Nova. We could do that this week then, because, yeah, we finished Redfall a bit earlier than I expected. So it threw my schedule off slightly, and then the Diablo beta ended up being a little shorter than because I thought it was going to be today too, but it ended at like 4 AM, so. I will look into it and see if there's a good chunky amount of content they added for a stream. And get back to you on that, Nova. Also, kazoo for Jules. There you go. Okay, I needed to. What did I need to do? I was gonna do. Oh, right. We're gonna go to the mutated event, and then I'll probably remember after. A flower, yeah, for the teas, exactly, yeah. I want, like, to be able to plant all the tea materials in my camp. Oh, appreciate it, I hope. I will very much get back to you on that soon. Because I will need some whiskey. You listening to Bingo Banga Bongo song? Oh, you've been playing Redfall, and you like it? How far are you guys right now? I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it, though. Oh, the Heist DLC. And have they brought out that new area, too? Is that out now as well? So, the way it should work with Saints Row is that everybody gets the new area, regardless of Season Pass or not. Nice. Yeah, and it's just like the quests and stuff that are going to be season. I have the Season Pass, so I should just automatically get everything. You're level 22 or 6 or something. Oh, okay. And it's not being too. I didn't notice a huge difference when someone was quite like a much higher level than me was playing. It didn't make things unkillable or anything like that. It seemed fine. But I was a little suspicious that maybe in Redfall the multiplayer scaling was slightly broken. I know Gemini was suspicious about that too. So, I'm curious if they're gonna do any patches there. I don't know, it feels like the people, you don't get more, like, you would expect more vampires the more people are in. But I don't feel like that's the case, and solo felt so much harder than multiplayer on that same difficulty. I felt like I was getting more playing solo, more vampires solo, than I was when I was in a team. Yeah, you get the same feeling, yeah. Well, I think that's what it's supposed to work like, yeah, so, it's supposed to, like, balance between everyone who's in the, you know, team, so and the more people who come in, the more it's supposed to, the difficulty's supposed to, yeah, so you expect more vampires, but I didn't get the feeling that was happening. You couldn't get over how, the right animal, oh, okay, I played it on a keyboard and mouse, not controller, so I don't have that experience myself. Hopefully we'll get a swarm of suitors today so we can just get those Mylark eggs, because the Mylark eggs you pick up are broken again, because everyone's been booping them. If you go on a private server, though, they might be fine. Yes, exactly. It feels like there's a bit of a balance issue, and the way it's supposed to work isn't working right now. So yeah, the nests solo are nasty. So sneaking through them is a pretty good tactic if you're on your own. If you're Over than that, UV light gun is really the only way you can control enemies. But so you have to kind of like try and lure them into a narrow passageway so you can take them one at a time. Because free vampires hitting you is on normal or harder hurts. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we're supposed to do, though, because the guns on their own don't do much damage against the vampires in Redfall. But if you UV them first, then you can control them. I feel like the guns are more on their own and more for the human enemies, and then for vampires it's UV and that. UV then the gun. Oh, the red mist. Yeah, I'm forgetting rid of the red mist as well. Yeah, the screamy vampires. Petrify them? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that feels intentional, at least the way the UV light works. You'll use the UV light for them. Oh, really? Ah, right. Yeah, I only played on normal for solo and group, so I don't know what the difference is with daylight. Yeah, shotguns are good for staggering though. Yeah, absolutely. Layla and shotgun is a good combo. Vampire boyfriend, very powerful. We buffed him up during our playthrough, and he was good. He just kind of like smacks everything and one-shots them. Use your abilities a lot. The javelin's really powerful. Yes, solo, the abilities were used more. In multiplayer, I felt like I wasn't using them too often. You still need to find out how your character's first ability works. The arc thing. Ooh, who played Dev with us in chat? I know at least 2 people were playing Dev, but I'm trying to remember who. Dev was quite popular. So they might be able to answer you on the, oh, it was the teleporter guy. Nover, were you doing the teleporty guy? Okay. Now Jules is trying to work out the arc ability, they said. Oh, he just lunged it into the enemies. A lot of people seem to really enjoy Dev, at least. You threw the javelin into something and they would take extra damage, but if I'm in range, it would also do more damage. Nice. I really like Layla's umbrella ability, but half the time it just didn't feel like it was working properly because the enemies would just stop hitting you. So I never really got to experience the full oomph of it, you know? Which made me sad. But yeah, a few other people came into chat when we were playing Redfall and said the same, that they'd pop out the umbrella and then the enemies would be like, I'm not shooting that. But the premise of it is good, that it soaks up damage and ricochets it back to the enemy. So I feel like Layla is a good one to send in first in your team, you know, get her to send in, go in first, pop the umbrella, team behind you, and ricochet that damage, get a couple of the, because if they're not going for her, maybe they'll go for the other enemy, you know, the other player still if they're behind, and shoot the umbrella that way. And then, you know, take off the first wave of enemies that way. You did 10k and then just won with a jewel bar. Oh wait, hang on, sorry. What would you sell? Free normal chainsaws, full... No legendary effects, just with the You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think the Flamer mod is too difficult to get a hold of. It just might take a server hop or two. It's not rare like the Enclave Plasma is, so I can't imagine the price being that high. If that makes sense. I was surprised, as I thought Remy would be the buff giver, but Dev gives a lot of buffs if you're in the area. Oh yeah, someone had like a circle, and it looked like a healing circle, so I just stayed in that when I saw it pop. Yeah, vampire kill bonus to the teammates, yeah. Yeah, in a group, you feel pretty strong. So, I feel like, I don't know, the higher difficulties as the game is right now wouldn't be too bad in a team. Just a bit of a pain solo, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what people would pay for those, because I've not really seen them around in the shops. But yeah, if it's a max level chainsaw with the mods already on it, probably more likely that people would pick it up, because it saves them some time. We did a clip. Oh yeah, we unlocked that, didn't we, when we completed the game? Because the last two, yeah, the last two bosses on... Oh, that's weird. It's not interact. Okay, is it not really there? Or is it just... Okay. I guess it's not really there. The first time I've had a bobblehead I've not been able to interact with. That's weird. Okay, so we're gonna quickly look at the teas. Yeah, I hope was saying the same. When we played multiplayer Bloody Tom, he seemed to have trouble deciding who he wanted to hit. So he was kind of like this. Like, there's too many of you! And I'm guessing solo, he's got more of a concentrated target. So you're just getting, like, the brunt of his attacks, basically. Oh, we just got the break out of the way. ! Play in chat if you would like to join the race there. And then, we're gonna make the teas. Then we're gonna do some, nukes, I think, after that. And then we got, daily op today. Oh, it's explodey. And probably an expedition at some point, because a few people wanted to do those. Hey, Jesus, hope you're doing well. Welcome. Daily op, it's just explodey today, I think. Yeah, explodey decryption. But it might change by the, you know what it likes to do. It likes to change twice a day, so we'll see what happens with it. Hi, Trick. Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? You're gonna need help at some point to get Tammy? Yeah, no worries. You know, I don't mind popping in with you at some point and helping out with that. Here we go. Because, yeah, the balance between solo and multiplayer difficulty in that game right now feels shaky. Hi, CO2. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. How's it going today? Hope you're having a good weekend. You've been relaxing. Today till you open tomorrow. For the next 3 days. Oh, so last day off until it's back to work then. I wish they would do like twice a season double stamps like Script. Oh yeah, I don't think we have a double stamp day, do we? No, that's a good point. Yeah, we haven't had anything like that yet. Aww. Well, hopefully you get to rest a lot today then. Good evening, Whiskey. Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? Hope you're good. 1 second, I shall be right back. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be nice, isn't it, Schmite? I think a lot of the thing that was putting people off was they didn't want to do the tedious dailies. And then I had that point where, you remember when one of my dailies broke? And I had to, like, wait to get it reset? So it, like, knocked off the percentage of the bar daily. Because I could only get, like, what, 75 a day until it fixed? That annoyed me the most. It wasn't the fact that I couldn't do the an expedition a day, it was the percentage not being fulfilled, you know? I know, I have so much luck. We totally didn't lose 5 hours on Redfall from the game not saving. That didn't happen. Okay, I'll let you know who wins, because it's a bit of a long one, that. Teas. Right, I have to go check the ingredients, because it's been a while. Just to refresh my memory. Melon blossom, mutated fern flowers. Soup flowers and... oh, okay, starlight berries. It's a peasy. Lemon squeezy. Let's get super duper off, though, because we don't want what we did make to run out. And then we're going to take that off, because we only need that for test your metal. And pop inspirational back on. So we'll start off with the soap flowers, nice and easy. Overseer's camp. You are... right now, it's Wriggleton... oh, wait, no. Just as I said that, it changed. Jules, Wriggleton, Captain 2, Schmite, Kara. Captain 2 and Jules and Wriggle are fighting for first place right now. Today you did an expedition with randoms, not knowing I would stay up. And it was so tense, not knowing if they would do their part. Oh, was it descriptions explodey for you today? Take those starlight berries. Okay. Hang on. Winner is Jules, followed by Captain 2, followed by Schmite. So Jules, Captain 2, Schmite, Kara, you all get the, what the heck is that, Captain 2? You got, like, this frog with a rogue tongue and googly eyes. But you all get the little squid racer there. That's my first time seeing that Froggo one. If they would get the settlers and rads. Or would... oh, sorry. Sorry, the expedition, not the daily op. Right. Or if you'd have to do all that yourself. Yeah. Were you... oh, you weren't leading it then. Were you just joining? I also did daily ops and had... all I had... familiar. Oh, from the Data Mine Discord. Hi, Twee! How you doing? Happy Sunday. Hope you're well. It's good to see ya. How's it going today? Hi, Red. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. How are you today? We're just getting some tea ingredients right now. Oh, you were leading it and you made it. Yay! So it all worked out in the end. I did join an expedition team earlier, but the person wouldn't start the expedition, so you made your own. Oh, weird. They just go AFK, maybe. Make the wrong team. I guess that happens. Not bad. Not bad. Great weather today. Ooh, nice. So a trip to the park might be in order then later. Yeah, I'm doing all right, thank you. Yeah, not too bad. I had a good time with that Diablo beta yesterday. I'm sad that we can't play today. But it finished at 4 AM. But it's, yeah, it's been sort of stuck in my mind since we played. After I got a taste for it. you doing, 51? I hope you're well. Welcome. Oh, that is a cute little robot flower remote there. Hey, how you doing, King Kong? Hope you're well. So you're just about to snuggle into bed. No worries though, but thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I appreciate that. Hopefully you'll sleep well, yeah? And have a good night's sleep. You played all day today and just rested. I hope you... Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. Yeah, not too bad at all. I've been alright, yeah. What were you playing today? Alright, and then we want to go get the melon blossom, which is around the back of 76. I think I've got enough suit flowers. But, we see a few more. We might, yeah, like here, we might just grab them. Melon blossoms are something that I wish we could plant because there aren't too many spots for these. So, if we could plant them, that would be really nice. And, we need the fern flowers, and then there's some more melon blossoms there. And then starlight berries, but starlight berries are pretty easy. Because we farm so many berry mentants, we know all the spots. Oh, goodness, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you get well soon. That does not sound fun. Oh, goodness, how did you manage that? You just catched up on 76. Do you guys know any way to farm caps? Oh, okay, so caps. There's quite a few different ways. A good way of getting quick caps is having a shop in your camp that is in a popular spot, like at White Spring or near the beginner area. A lot of people pass by there. Selling unwanted ammo, junk, things like that. Super mutants drop a lot of caps too. So when you're farming, you're doing like your leveling, you can farm caps pretty easy that way. Selling clothing items, crafting and selling clothing items, usually they only require cloth, to vendors as well is another good way. You can still do cap stash farms, but honestly you're probably gonna get caps faster selling clothing items, to be honest. But if you do want to do cap stashes, you'd want, where's Caps Aplenty? Or Caps Collector, something like that, right? Yeah, you probably want this card on while you're doing that, or if you ever come across them, you can just swap that in and get caps that way. Oh, he tripped on a curb during a party. Oh. Well, I'm glad to hear it's getting better, though, and hopefully you'll be up and about in no time. Because the nice thing about Super Mutants is XP, they drop weapons that you can scrap to unlock mods, and they also drop a lot of caps. So they're multi-purpose. Lucky Hole Mine, Lucky Hole Mine's more for lead farming. When you need it for your ammo crafting. You like hoarding in games, you always sell what you can and get plenty of caps that way. Yeah. So, yeah, that too, yeah. Yeah, it is caps aplenty until 16th, I think. So, there's double caps in the shops as well that you can sell to vendors. So, it's actually a good time for that right now. You ready to leave your poor era? Yeah, soon you'll be, yeah, in a few days you'll be like, I'm max capped! And, feverishly trying to put your shop behind a locked door so people can't buy anything anymore. No, they're mutated. Wait, were they all mutated? The ones that I... Hang on. Even the ones outside of the radiation zone are mutated. This is not what we want. I'm really far away from it, too. Damn it. I want, standard fern flowers. So I think I was yapping, so I didn't realize they're all mutated there. I hate that. I'm so far away. No, I don't want mutated! I just want fern. We're really far away from the zone now, and they're still mutated. You bulk sell pure... Yeah, if you've got, like, a purified water farm at your camp, like I do. That's something else you can do. Ah! Wait, maybe? No, maybe... No, it's fine. Maybe fine? Yeah, as long as it's... No, it's fine. As long as it's not glowing. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. And I just got confused momentarily there. Serum plans as well. Yes, you can sell serums at your camp. A lot of people buy those. No, we're okay. We're okay. They're not glowing, so it's fine. Yeah, no. It's okay. It's me getting confused because of the name. I think it's fine. Some of them that I did pick up were flux, though, by the looks of it, but we got a handful of non-flux ones, so that's okay. Yeah.
You have yourself a fine day.
Doctor, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good one today. Welcome. Redfall, we finished it. The last VOD for that is up on YouTube already. Creating or joining a daily ups or expedition and not doing either happens a lot on PSN. So many players will start new teams and kick those that don't join. Oh, that don't go into it. Well, I mean, it makes sense because if you made the team for that, then yeah, I get that. Hey, Willie, how you doing? I hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going?
Hey,
Thank you so much
Munchkinjesse
for the
in
5
chat.
months. You're 1 month away from the 6-month badge now. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can sell them to the vendors as well. I know that's how people have, like, brought their caps back up on the weeks where we have, like, treasure hunters or something like that on, and they want to buy more of the crafting materials for those. But a lot of people use serums that week to sell to the vendors. You got to level 40 on one of your characters today, and level 70 to 120, so you're making progress. Nice! That's good to hear. You need to focus on farming supplies more because you keep exploring the map, and now you're level 70. If you need any help with farming supplies, feel free to check out our farming guides. That guide will also tell you how to reset your farming route too. So when you server hop, you can be a little bit more efficient and cover the same spots you did on the previous server, as it's sort of pickup based. The end. The last 2 bosses were a little bit underwhelming on multiplayer. And I did enjoy the story though. Definitely they've opened up the door for DLC. I do feel like it would have been better, though, if we concluded this story and the lady who got kidnapped, we'd gotten her back. And then the DLC was something else, maybe. Because the game did feel quite short. It's like 18 to 20 hours if you're not rushing it, I guess. Yeah, so it did feel a bit short. The bosses were underwhelming. But a lot of people are saying they're a lot harder on solo. So I'm more on the side that multiplayer scaling has some problem in the game right now that they'll eventually fix. And it's not supposed to be that easy on the normal to higher difficulties. Yeah. So we'll just kind of see what happens with that. Hi Seraphim, hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? I hope you're good. 95,000 caps.
Attention, citizens.
If someone has 650 liter bobbleheads, they're likely duped, so I can't recommend, I'm afraid.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh yeah, you're still finishing it off, aren't you, Jules? Yeah, don't worry, I didn't give away anything too spoilery, because I can't remember their names. I can't remember the names of the characters I was talking about. Yeah, so, she has a name, I just don't know what it is. This is what happens when because I was, like, sick for most of the Redfall playthrough. Like, over half of it. I was pretty sick when we were playing that on stream. So I have very little memory of story-wise what happened. You wanted to see the town. Me too, yeah. Yeah, I'm also wondering about that water. Like Schweik was. You really like the Titans version of Crypto. The Titan's version of the Titan in this game, or? I took baubles, but how am I supposed to know if they're... Well, if somebody has a ridiculous amount, they'll be duped. Usually it's the amount. I would say it's the amount of bobbleheads that usually gives it away. If someone has an obscene amount of stuff, that's usually a bit of a telltale sign. You played the whole game and you don't even know what the story's about. Vampires trying to take over the world. With Resident Evil stuff happening. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of the impression I got, was that the medical... This was a very early on impression, so it's not really a spoiler. That the medical company that is heavily focused in the game was doing some Resident Evil nonsense in their little science labs. It's just to be careful. It's like on stream, I really can't recommend taking a huge quantity of things like that, and all I can do is like recommend to be careful, because duping does break the TOS, so it's always going to be a risk. I don't think they hammered down as hard on that as they probably should. It would be more at the fault of the duper than the person receiving the items, I would say, who's probably most at risk in that situation. It's just to be careful. That's who I was replying to as well. Yeah, I was just replying to Lucid there. Yeah, especially when it comes to the leveling items, if someone has, like, I don't know, 5,000 live and love freeze, that would, for example, be a bit of a, red flag. Because it would take a very long time to farm that many, and likely even the ability to hold that many would be somewhat suspicious too. Yeah, so it's just, yeah, the amount would be a giveaway as to whether the seller has been naughty. It's not as much of an issue as it used to be, but it still happens from time to time. I do think they've got a better handle on it than they did in the past. But,
You have yourself a fine
but yeah,
day.
most, a lot of MMOs have to, and online games have to deal with issues like that. Panther, welcome, thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good one today. But yeah, there's sadly no way of telling other than the clues of the amount of items someone has, if something is duped or not. There's no, like, physical way of telling. Red flag if the giver of those live and love frees are wearing a trench coat and shades waiting in a dark alleyway. Exactly. You might want to reconsider your options then. What did people used to be able to do? Because 40,000 caps is the current limit we can hold. Hey, how you doing, Notch? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? I hope you're good. I'm curious if, for those of you who are celebrating today, what you've been doing for Mother's Day. Yeah, there was a bug a while ago where that was a bit of a problem. Yeah, and you were more at risk if your stash weight had gone slightly over. So you had to be careful with, like, display items. Because sometimes if they go back in your stash, it can put you over that max amount. And that's when there would be a bit of a risk there. That's why a lot of the people who did experience things going missing were more people who done exploity things to their stash. Because it made them more vulnerable to it. You cooked breakfast, made cookies, and some dinner. Aw, I'm sure she appreciated that. Were the cookies for your mom as well? But yeah, usually, in general, if you're not, as long as you're not exploiting your stash weight or your camp capacity, you're gonna be fine. Camp budget, that's it. Yeah, no worries. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. You have yourself a good one. Yeah, get some good rest today. Second breakfast. Maybe that's what the cookies are for. Oh, Swarmer, let's go to do that, because it's the easiest way to get eggs. If it's, I wonder if it should count, technically? Because the eggs are a bit broken again on the servers, because so many people have been picking them up for the daily. So they're just doing that Russian doll thing where you click them and then they reappear, but you don't actually get anything. Yeah, so I think event's probably going to be best. Cookies are the second breakfast of champions, it's true. Yeah, which is more than enough for the daily's just free. So it's good. Swarmer Suitors does finish very quickly, so make sure you get here fast if you want to get that daily done. Because it doesn't tend to last long. Might change my outfit today. We've been wearing this one for a while. As much as I like it. Hey! Hey, Pepsi, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? The puzzle solving in Zelda is really satisfying. If you come across any really, like, brain hurty puzzles in that game yet. Oh, it's just a rad gun. Just a quad rad gun. I'm gonna just use it to control my rads. You don't want anything too powerful because you don't want to give yourself too much. You still in the rockabilly? The rockabilly outfit's really nice. It's really, really nice. I think mine's a quad something. Oh, it's just a quad. Yeah. Just a quad with no special attachments or anything. And it's like just the right amount. Just the right amount. Ah, you've been using the meteorite. There's a couple of ways you can get rad. So gamma gun's kind of like my preferred method. You can also use a toxic goo in Westac. You could use glowing blood as well. Some people use spoiled food. But yeah, for me, the gamma gun, I tried. I like how you died as I stimmed you there. Kind of looked like suspiciously like murder that. Yes, that's one reason why I don't use a toxic. Yeah. For me, the weight of it was an issue, and it was a little bit more than what I wanted. Her boop as well, so I ended up settling on the gamma gun. So I just keep a bunch of that ammo in my ammo storage box now, and whenever I need some more, I just take it out of there. Yes, yeah. So yeah, usually I run around with batteries included, so it becomes way more convenient with that too, yeah. We finished Redfall, so we'll probably dive back into it again when the DLC comes out, and the new characters. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You got a fever. There's definitely some bugs going around. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting sick and cold and flu symptoms and fevers and... Ooh, but yeah, rest well. Hopefully you'll feel better soon, yeah? Does it count? Okay, it did. Right, it's done. Fill the floor, wall shell... Oh, I gotta sell my Mothman thing. Keep forgetting. Yeah, best way to get the eggs done while the eggs at Ohio were broken. Hi, Husky! I'm doing alright, how are you? One was pretty weird. It looked like a bunch of random things. So confused, but eventually figured it out and was like, oh! Tomb Raider puzzles be like that sometimes, too. Yeah. I don't know why we've gotten a weird Easter daily today. Like, collect eggs. Thinks it's April still. Me? Oh, I finished it a while ago. So mostly just helping other people finish theirs until the, new season. At this point. Getting a couple of extra things. There's a bunch of Mothman egg omelets at this vendor, too, that you can buy and resell for the daily. Okay, what did we need? What? Oh, I didn't... melon blossoms. Yeah. More starlight berries, and we can make the teas. I knew I was doing something. Yeah, not long now. Yeah, it's already like the 15th of May here. 149. Oh, yeah. Almost 50. I do really, slack on my dailies and weeklies a bit after I get to 100. So after I get to 100, if there's like a daily that's kind of annoying or I just didn't happen to complete and I wasn't feeling like plowing through them, I'm usually like, okay, whatever. But when the season, like, not to 100, I'm pretty diligent with, but after that I tend to slack on them a little bit. The Smiling Man is a cryptid. He's definitely got something to do with the Mothman and all that nonsense, hasn't he? Yeah. I still haven't seen that. I've seen pictures of it, but I've not come across The Smiling Man, yeah. Oh, Distant Thunder, we'll get that done. You finished the scoreboard, but the real endgame content was the clean bathtub. You being oh my, finally, a complete bathroom, right? For so long, we've had the clean bathroom with the dirty tub. Oh, you saw the Smiling Man. Was it a fun encounter? There's so many random events now, it's hard to get the specific one you want. Like when they bring out a new one, you know. It just kind of becomes potluck. This one's running away from the event. You log in for the exhibitions and daily ops, and I think all the poopers are taking a bit of a break, though. Yeah, we're at that point where people tend to take a break, ready for the next season. But it's not bad, because, you know, it's given us, some time to, you know, get Redfall done, check out Diablo. We'll be able to probably squeeze in that, Saints Row expansion as well. So it works out for us. You came across him twice so far. Yeah, it's like it exists, but it doesn't exist. First time you did all the dialogue, the second time you shot him and he disappeared up into the air. Whoa. Spooky. You've seen him 3 times in the ash heap. Oh, okay, so he might have more chances of spawning there then, potentially. Or there's just less things it rotates between. So many games out right now. Yeah, it's hard to... Yeah, May was when it started to ramp up. Yeah. So, we were thinking... So the new season's probably not going to be until, like, the end of the first week or, you know, into the second week of June. Diablo 4 comes out. If I get the special edition, we can play on the... earlier? Like the start of June. So we could get a little bit of Diablo in before the new season, potentially. Is it around about the 1st? Yeah, like, I think at 1st or 2nd, right? Yeah, they said like 4 days earlier. So that could be a potential schedule for us. For the start of June. Hi, would you like to know how you doing? I hope you're well. Welcome. I saw a little bit of it this morning. It looks interesting. When did you say that's out or it's coming out soon? I think I'm still missing one, maybe the alien PA arms, but it's not that much of a pressing issue. Oh, alien power. Okay, we do get hang on. Yeah, I think, sorry. That's fine. Just trying to figure out my carry weight there. We need starlight berries. Yeah, and then we can craft everything. Oh, right, it's coming out, but not sure when. Okay, right. So it's ETA to be decided. The plans are adding to the... Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh, they're going to be tradable. That's good. I mean, at least we're getting some new plans. At this point, I'll take anything. Feel like the community right now is like, you know, like Oliver Twist. Please, please, Bethesda, can we have some content? Anything. Just a slice will do. Not even more. We're waiting on the first serving. They're doing all right. Yeah, they were a little bit hyperactive this morning, so I think they're having a nap now. They got the zoomies out the way early. The second time seeing him was at a random encounter on the railroad. Oh, I feel like the railroad tracks is a creepy place to see the Smiling Man. Get Ghoul Chair! Oh my goodness! Oh. Somewhere out there, I hope that Nuka Reaper knows that they're finally bringing the ghoul chair, because I know they really wanted that. They always talked about wanting the ghoul chair from Nuka World. You would like a new game or a super upgrade? I don't know about, I really wouldn't get your hopes up about an upgrade to the engine. I think that's very unlikely, sadly. I mean, they'd have to just rebuild the whole thing, really. It was at Nuka World, yeah. Nuka World content, that ghoul chair. Aren't you a mate of mine that's involved in the business, he reckons? It's about 2 years behind where it should be. It wouldn't surprise me, yeah. You know, there were a lot of disruptions with Corona, and then the Austin, Texas, that year. I think it was when Wastelanders came out, and they had the freeze. Yeah, so there's definitely been a lot of hurdles, and then, you know, over time, content has changed and catered towards the player feedback, which sometimes has meant they've completely stopped working on something they were previously doing, and then, you know, like the Enclave editions that were originally planned seemed to get stopped for Wastelanders. So it is a game that is very heavily propelled by that player feedback, which sometimes can mean ideas just don't work out or end up getting abandoned because it's just not what they feel the player base is wanting at the time. Does that make sense? Well, they wanted to do crossplay, but Sony said no. And by the time Sony started warming up to that a bit more, it was too late. I don't know. In the future, maybe it'd be more likely Xbox and PC kind of crossplay, but at this point, I don't think it's something that's really on their list. Unfortunately, you know. Just drag and drop the game files into C2 and wait for a bit. All Schmite wants is a buff to pistols. I don't know. It's, you know, it's hard for me to say that they could have done this or they could have done that because, you know, obviously I don't work there. It would be something to ask them at a Q&A, but it's possible that there was some barrier there. Also, when this game came out, the merger hadn't happened. The merger happened a little bit after. And undoubtedly shaped things up as well. Internally, I would imagine, too. You like to see what was planned for the in-game? Yeah, the stuff that I guess did get abandoned for Wastelanders, yeah. Because there was like a whole room, and a token machine. Now, we did see token machines and things like that used in, you know, further down the line. Just in different ways. Nice to have someone saying all the right things. Why use so many words? Oh dear. I'm not the most eloquent, but I give it my best shot. Oh, Core's got some prizes for you, Jesus. We got some goodies for you. While that Palacio was pretty solid, I enjoyed it. I think because we had content regularly. It was very, very regular. And even though there were small updates, they were frequent. I think one thing we're really missing is a schedule. Kind of like how ESO has, we get this, you know, you're gonna get, I don't know, you know, X amount of dungeons in a chapter, and then another update that's like a new map. They kind of know what to expect every year. And that's something I feel we're missing in 76. And I feel like that kind of schedule does help bring people back and keep them interested in the game because they know about the plan going forward. Whereas with 76, they've told us there's a 5-year plan, but they haven't really showed us anything. So everybody's a bit anxious still. Because they're like, but what is it? What is the plan? Because we're like 6 months into the year without a roadmap, and we have seen a lot of people come and go, and I think it has affected that player retention that was in good momentum with Nuka World and Expeditions. So it's a shame that that sort of, it's a shame that that, oh, that's why I'm heavy. It's all those super stim packs. So it's kind of a shame that that momentum got lost, because I remember in December, I was saying that if we kind of kept the pace up with the updates, it was going to be really good for the game. Because we were seeing a lot of new players coming in, and a lot of new players returning to the game as well, who hadn't played for a long time. But yeah, after 6 months, I feel like that momentum was definitely lost. Mutated events just wasn't enough to keep up the momentum. Because it wasn't new content, it was repackaged existing content. I do enjoy them though, don't get me wrong, I like mutated events. But now we see people dipping out when it's a week there's no mutated events, and dipping back in when there is mutated events. But perhaps the more mutated, you know, because it's every other week, perhaps the more that they show up, the less that return is going to show. But we'll see. People have been clamoring over... Yeah, so I think this is the... Schmite might know better than me, because Schmite has a better memory for this. Is this the longest we've waited for a roadmap? I feel like in the past we get them around, like, Easter time, at latest. Now we're looking at probably not until June. And I don't even know if 76 is gonna be covered on the Xbox Direct. Six months and it'll be one with 100% accuracy. 4 things you'd love to be added. A post-box to swap plans between characters. Yes, 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 yes. We literally have a mailbox. It could be utilized in that way. The ability to lock in each other's legendary effects to keep one effect and reroll the others. Absolutely. Even if it's just one, right? Even if we have to pay extra modules for it. Absolutely agree. New map areas like the pit, but with more to do. A bit longer like daily up and some mod support for the custom servers. Yeah, mod support's something they've talked about for a while, but it's never really come to fruition. So I don't know. I do imagine if it ever comes, it'll be a custom server thing, because they can't let those loose on the public servers because it'll just cause chaos. You feel like it's the longest. You have dangerous levels of copium, but you hope it becomes a cryptid year. So summer, Ogre, Blue, Devil, Fall, and J-Expo with Jersey Devil or something, and Winter Krampus. Honestly, I wouldn't be mad about it. That'd be alright. Yeah. You don't like the extra mutations. We're getting, like, double mutations for mutated events soon. Probably next patch, so I don't know. Maybe that's not a positive for you, though, if you don't enjoy them in their current state. Yeah, so oh, there was something once in May. Okay, so... Yeah. I do think going forward for the game, though, you definitely don't want to wait 6 months for a roadmap, because then... I feel like it was kind of like this last year, where we had 6 months of, like, fixing things, and then six months of content, but there was nothing as big as Wastelanders. Last year, I felt it was okay because there was a lot of things that needed fixing, but now we're in a much better place, and I feel like they need to focus on the content a little bit more. Again, to keep that player retention, you know? But the communication's been a bit lacking, so it's hard to tell kind of like what they're thinking and what's going on. And I think that's probably where a lot of the community anxiety comes from. Just that lack of communication, really. Yeah, that's what it's going to be at this point. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be like it's going to be a 6-month robot. Oh, you don't like, oh, you mean reflective, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, because if they allowed him on public, it'd just be absolute chaos, wouldn't it, ADF? Like, outside of utility stuff, it'd just be madness, so. Ideal legendary crafting system. Legendary effect modules, 1 per expedition. Permission daily random effect, then 100 legendary modules, 100 cores, and you can stick that on an item. Just something that we can work towards to eventually... You know, why are you sitting on me? I got catapulted into the air there. It was May 14th in but 2020 wasn't that the year when Texas had that problem with the cold and the freeze? So I feel like, and that was at the beginning of the year, so I feel like if it was that year, they get a pass. Because they were literally fighting the environment. Oh yeah, and there was COVID too as well, wasn't there? So it was double whammy. Yeah, so I feel like that year... Yeah, that year there was a lot going on, so... There would have been a lot of chaos. Yeah. But this year, I don't know. We've also got more studios involved this year, too, so it did surprise me that we haven't gotten a roadmap yet. Because I hoped and thought with the more studios being involved, that would be able to cover the issue we'd had in the past, where it seemed like there was a severe lack of resources that was causing delays and problems and things like that. You willing to play up to 30 modules per weapon to get the effect you want? Yeah. I do think that, you know, it's very possible there has been some reallocating, yeah, because obviously Starfield's like the big one they want to bring out this year, so maybe after Starfield we'll see some changes. But it's hard to, you know, like I said, it's hard to tell because I'm not a fly on the wall. I don't know, I did hope that they'd invest in 76 more, because I think there's a potential cash cow they have here that they're just not milking, you know? But then again, we saw the same with Red Dead and Rockstar, you know? They had a potential to make 2 cash cows there. 2 very successful cash cows, and they let one die. Though I would argue we're a little bit better off than Red Dead. Poor Red Dead. Poor Red Dead basically just got left in the desert somewhere, you know, and then left to fend for itself. Such a waste of such a beautiful game. I mean, consider all the stuff we see in 76. The first stuff we see is mods for like Fallout 4 machine guns and grenade launchers and bows and stuff. That started out as a mod. Oh, right, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, if they do allow mods in the custom worlds, it's going to affect the dynamic. Are we going to see more people in custom worlds, or is it not really going to change much? I feel like right now custom worlds aren't used much. I very rarely see people in there. Few people use them for the dailies. Mostly they seem to be utilized by creators and camp builders, and that's about it. Yeah, Microsoft said they're pretty hands-off, yeah. Because they have a good relationship with Bethesda and ZeniMax, they kind of just let them do their thing. Though they promised they'd oversee Starfield a little bit more after what happened with Redfall. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Lucid. Hope you're having a good one today. Hi, Kevin. How you doing? You doing anything special today for it? I always get confused because, like, the US time is different to the UK. I think the UK one was March, maybe? Mother's Day. And then here, we don't have it at all. Or Father's Day. We just have Parents' Day. So it's like, just, they're both together. Where you, like, give your parents some money, or you take them out for a meal, you just look after them for the day. Red Dead Online, I loved Red Dead Online. I actually got into PvP in that game, which I never thought would happen. But yeah, we had a couple of streams with it and we had fun, but it got to a point where there was just no content and we were having to make content. Because it was just, yeah, we'd done everything. But it was fun. We had some good times, some good memories. So I really think, you know, that game, I mean, RP really is where, like, in the content creator sphere, Red Dead is probably only going to flourish now, because they just kind of left it, so. Yeah. New car container drop on, I hope. Custom worlds. So custom worlds, if you have Fallout first, you get access to your own custom world, where you can basically change things like the weather and how much you can carry and your camp budget. I would say right now it's mostly a tool for builders because you can remove a lot of the restrictions for building. Oh, if you, I don't know if you've seen our Gamers Outreach stream from last Halloween. I think the VOD's up on the YouTube somewhere. That was on a custom world, the maze. I could not make that on public servers, so I had to finish it off on the private custom world. Because the restrictions were a bit different. But nothing on the custom world will cross over to the main public servers, so it's like separate. It's like a separate save of your character that goes over there. So they're not, and a big reason why they're not connected is because there are things you can toggle, like damage and damage dealt, and, you know, there's some, like, cheaty functions there. So they don't cross over for that reason. Yeah, they said they're gonna oversee Starfield a little bit more just to ensure it doesn't happen, yeah. So they were pretty upfront about it. When you want to relax... Oh, the fishing! Yes! Yeah, something we're missing in this game, right? Fishing. But yeah, it was fun in Red Dead. I went core fishing once. I went fishing and I caught my mod. with the lasso. Because it turned out, if you were the leader of the posse, you could, like, change the settings, and the teammate didn't get a notification for that. So I did it sneakily, and then I got him with the lasso. Core has some trauma from the fishing. Do you remember when we were trying to, like, we were trying to fish on a boat, and Core kept blowing, like, shooting holes in the boat, so then we'd have to commandeer another boat, and by the end of the stream, there was just, like, this long train of, like, abandoned, sunken boats and bodies in the water. We didn't get to go fishing that day. It was just chaos. You haven't used your main character much since Custom Worlds. The first is set up for daily grind, then the scoreboard. Hardcore survival. Yeah, so you can also give yourself a challenge too. I think the only issue is that you don't really you don't get like any trophies or anything from it. So there's not as, it's not like survival servers where you have something to work towards by making it more difficult. If that makes sense. Your builder friends don't like it because adventure mode. Right, yes, that's another thing. Yeah, it's not like you can put... Yeah, people can't come and see your camps unless you're posting them online on Twitter or making YouTube videos, etc. Yeah, I would like to do that. Can I make my... Let me make my teas first, though. I think I've got everything. I just need to... Oh, I hope, are you on with the whiskey by any chance? Stream Elements is going nuts. It does that sometimes. Oops, hooked another Mario Alert Queen. But yeah, oh, we had that bar fight in, Red Dead as well. Bar fight, you just go into the bar, punch an NPC, and then everybody starts fighting. That was always fun. once we had to escape from a town, we were playing with 2 different posses. We couldn't make a bigger group. This NPC, like, knocked me down. And so I punched them. But I punched them so hard, they died. And then we had to escape the town. But we couldn't get the other posse onto the wagon because they weren't in our team. It wouldn't let them go in there. So we had to lasso them and then just, like, chuck them over the horse and into the wagon so we could escape with them. So half the team was, like, riding the horses in the wagon. The other half was, like, tied up and on the back. As we try to escape and cover up murder with more murder. And the bounty kept right. But honestly, it was still a pretty cheap bounty considering all the chaos that had happened. But that was a fun stream. Because we got quite a lot of community members in that day. Bill, welcome. Thank you so much for the 14 mums. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a most wonderful day today. Welcome, welcome. How are ya? Oh, is it the train clip, Core? I love that. I was like, Core, no! It was too late. He'd already gotten hit. Was that the same day that I accidentally dressed like like, what is it, like a settler? It was the mixture. It was when I put the hat on with that dress that it accidentally became a cosplay. How you doing, Doc? Welcome. Hope you're good. Core also got kidnapped by another team once. We were in that same town where he got hit by the train, and this other team just lassoed him out of nowhere and put him on their horse and tried to run off with him. We were just shopping. There's one thing that's shared between Custom Worlds and Adventure Worlds. Yeah, the photos and I think the challenges now you can do on Custom Worlds, and that's about it. I love it when a plan comes together. So there's definitely a lot of fun you can have in Red Dead with your friends. Some of the missions were kind of fun where you had to, like, deliver supplies. I remember other teams could interfere and take your wagon and ruin your quest. So whenever someone came near, sometimes they would give it a go. I'd fire like a warning shot. And then if they didn't back off after that, we'd just pop them. So that was that. I felt like that dynamic was kind of interesting in Red Dead where, like, you know, you could help people or hinder them in their quests. Oh, hang on. The break is on, so we'll just get the race out of the way. Exclamation mark play in chat to join there. Exclamation mark play. To get in. They could have made so much money with Red Dead. They could have had 2 cash cows. They really could have, Smokey. It was such a waste of a beautiful, beautiful game. Like, the story mode for it as well was fantastic. It was such a ride. I'm nice. You wouldn't like me. That was kind of me playing Red Dead, yeah. I was merciless. I had someone really wanted to PvP me while I was fishing. I was like, oh, I was crocodile fishing. I was trying to get the pelts. And every time I killed them, they'd keep coming back. And it was like just an hour of me, like, shooting them between getting the crocodile, like the crocodile pelts. In Red Dead 1, you could have an NPC ride behind you on a horse. I think so, yeah. But yeah, maybe not in 2. I'm doing alright, Bill. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, we're just having a good old natter about games today. Random question. Is a submachine gun, love tap, considered an automatic rifle or something else? Submachine gun, I think they're... What are the mods like for the submachine gun? Hang on. Usually if it says automatic, it's automatic. And if it doesn't, then it's not. but I haven't used submachine guns much. Hang on a second, let me just look at the mods. Standard prime. Hardened. Ooh. Armor piercing. Automatic rifle class. Yeah, yeah. So you're gonna use a commando. Yeah, it's labeled as automatic rifle there. I think it's one of the weird ones where it doesn't specify that it's auto, but it is. If that makes sense. With a lot of the other guns, if it's the automatic mod, then you're gonna use commando, and if it doesn't say that, then you're not gonna. Like the Enclave plasma rifle with the flamer mod. It doesn't say automatic, so you have to use rifle then. But I think all the mods for that one, the submachine gunner commando, it seems, because just the weapon class itself is automatic. Okay, right, so it's just a case of putting the right cards on for you then, Lucid, yeah. Well, I'm glad we could help out with that. Yeah, sadly the submachine gun doesn't get too much love, which is a shame, because we've got a lot of, like, retro gangster outfits in game. And quite a few nice skins for the submachine guns too, so definitely something that could use a buff in the future. So, a really important thing to know about damage cards now is that is not going to be multiplicative, that is going to be additive. A long time ago they changed it. They used to be multiplicative, but now they're additive, so it's 20% additive damage. So you'll get diminishing returns as well, like the higher you're pushing it. Anti-armor should still be multiplicative because it counts as a debuff, but the majority of damage-related cards and bonuses are going to be additive now. It gets another unique in the summer. Buff it! Yeah, yeah. But it's one of those things the game doesn't really tell you. It's like, so if you missed the patch and played before that change was made, it can be confusing. One sec, I'll just be right back. Okay. Oh, Captain 2! And Jules coming in second there, and Wriggle. Wriggle, Captain 2, and Jules are having a good race day. You guys are getting in top 10 a lot today. All right. Yeah, Ultra Sight's pretty nice. Also, you can make a lot of ammo in bulk as well. Once you get, you know, a good amount of flux. So, Ultra Sight's pretty good way to go. Yeah, ammo factory, super duper. An ammo smith for a good combo. Always recommend having at least one character that has the legendary card. So you have like an ammo crafter if you have multiple characters. So this is my character that has this one. And then my other characters don't have this card. So they get an extra slot. And then this character just makes all the ammo for them. And I just plop it over. Which has been a bit easier now since Fallout first got the ammo machine, because I can bring over more and then just store it on those characters now. So that's made it a bit easier. Favorite quest? Oh, it's a good question. I actually really enjoyed the Brotherhood of Steel quest line. Not the base one, the Steel Dawn stuff. Yeah, that was really good. I really enjoyed it. Mistress of Mysteries is a good one. It's a shame that we never got more of that. Because I find they're quite an interesting faction, aren't they? I just have to make some more of these. At DMV. Do you remember that time when you spent a whole stream trying to do the DMV quest because it got stuck? I don't know how you kept your sanity that day. It was like an 8-hour stream. I would have given up after the first hour. So Core definitely has a little bit more patience than me, I think. Plot twist, he didn't. That's where the sanity went. Oh, we need a little bit more gamma ammo, which we've got here. So as you can see, I just made a lot, so I can just pinch it whenever I need it now. Oh, I think maybe I'm just not bloodied. Maybe that's what's going on here. Okay, yeah, I was a little bit over what I was supposed to be there. Dropping some Mothman eggs here for anyone who needs to make the omelette still. Oh wait, no, I do need the glowing meat though. Imposter and Mistress of Mysteries. Oh yeah, the sheep squasher ate my brother stuff was good. Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. I still got a slight cough. Claim tokens, get rid of those. Don't really use them. And they weigh a lot. Okay. Right, I think we can do a nuke. How are we doing on the company tea? Oh, 26 minutes. We're good. We're good. Right. Let me figure out which ones have been done. I didn't keep it, and I've yet to get it back. Alpha. Wait. Glowing meat, Deathclaw, Yogi meat for what? Sorry? Abby's quest. Which one was that? Abby in the bunker? Biv was, oh yeah, Biv, when he's responsive. Yeah, the Nuka Shine stuff was fun. I wish there was more random music in areas. Oh right, yeah. No, it would be nice, yeah, because he's got quite nice ambience in that place he hangs out, isn't he? Yeah, the hidden bar. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, Wild Appalachia was solid. No worries. See you later, Schmite. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, though. I appreciate it. maybe after nuke, I hope. Wait, I've got to get the materials first for company tea and see how many I can make. So I'll make the Labrador tea and then I'll get back to you on that. You want to find Lewis for, melee? Deathclaw, Yogi Bear, Glowing, Mutant Hound, Sheep Squatch. And they'll all stack. You can stack 10% bonuses with the 15% bonuses as well, but you'll get diminishing returns. Just for the melee damage, though. The strength stuff isn't gonna stack like that. So you gotta pick one. No. I did the others, but not the company tea yet, because I still had some company tea left. So I did the soup flower and the melon blossom right now. You love Biv and want him as a camp ally. Yeah, he'd make a nice little, like, camp buddy, wouldn't he? He's fun, Biv. Okay. Bloop. You thought about checking your cards, didn't have good with salt. Oh my god, well, it's a good job you checked them. The worst is when you've had, like, super duper on accidentally for a few hours and you're like, oh, why is all my stuff spoiled? And then you check your card and you're like, ah, damn it. A drunk robot that doesn't have a liver. Right, so you don't have to worry about him. He does have a brain, though. But I'm sure he'll be fine. Yeah, the whole, like, lore behind robo-brains is pretty awful. Is it Fallout 4 where you go into one of the places where they were making them and you get like a little bit of a backstory about where they were getting the brains for them? And then there's a quest in this as well where the people who worked at Robco, like in their contract, they had it so they could just like steal their brain whenever and use them for experiments. So some people's brains were harvested to put in robo-brains. Just the workers there. I think that's part of the Wastelanders stuff. Oh, was it Scout? We go in there at some point for something. And put a brain in her. We get 3 brains to choose from and we can put one in the robo-brain. Some of them are more stable than others. Yeah, his drunk brain will be fine. You met your first in-game friend at this place. Good times. Turned out it's Belgium and spoke Dutch like you, and that's where it all went wrong. Oh, oh no, what happened? But yeah, I think in Fallout 4 they were using, like, criminal brains. Like, that's why some of them were slightly mad. Scout quest at Robco. Oh no! I had green thumb on! I'm just, like, waiting for it to catch up, and it's because I got green thumb on. Oopsie. I had the wrong card on.
Have yourself a fine day.
Guess we were farming. You gotta have Grenader on when you do that. Otherwise it don't work. Tark, welcome, thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Welcome, welcome. Nuker and Marlin, the new oh my goodness, they'd be very hyperactive robots. Just make sure to take the Tesla rifle off the arm. Those two together, Nuker and Marlin, would be a force of chaos. I don't think the world could handle it. That must be why they got separated up there. You got addicted to 76 and been playing for 5 years now. Yeah, this game, it is one of those games where if it pulls you in, it hooks you pretty hard. It's not a problem, though. We've had a good time, right? Over the years playing 76. You swear he thinks he's a dog. He chases balls across the house. Yeah, it sounds like he does have a bit of, like, the Maine Coon genes in him. Because they're kind of like Jenny's breed, a little more cat doggo. In personality. You decorated your 76 hook. What did you do? Oh, here we go. Let's get in.
Security incident resolved. Standing by. Control active.
2 assault rounds, not sure where the first is.
Proceed to the launch control terminal.
We'll figure out in a second.
The launch prep sequence.
It's not up here.
All personnel take your
Oh, okay, one of them's stuck.
now to stations.
And there's the second.
Launch control
There we go.
active. Proceed to station.
Oh, whoops.
Unsanctioned launch
Wow, that gutsy went straight through me then.
teams to
Mm-mm.
security teams.
Hooked on 76.
Control room.
I think I told you my friend has a new cat. Not so new anymore, and it's quite funny hearing status updates. One cat came by and he was slapped in the face. Oh, the cat slapped the other cat in the face. And then another came by and he was tossed down. Oh my goodness. That cat sounds like he's got a bit of Jesse's personality in him there. Jesse also likes to slap other cats too. That's his main attack. Is the slap. Like they'll be walking past and he'll just go slap him into line. Nope. And the second cat was apparently cool in his book, so so they went outside to play. That's cute. Cats are like that, yeah. Some of them only get along with other cats who have similar personalities to them. Some don't like other cats at all. Some, I think, what do they call it? A group of cats, like a clouder or something like that? I think that's the word. Some cats want to be in groups of 3 to 4. Yeah, cats are very... There's, I think it's like a clouder or something weird. It's... Yeah, clouder of cats. C-L-O-W-D-E-R is like what you call a group of cats. Colony, they're kind of like a colony, yeah. So that's when they're like, it's their set group and they all get along and, you know, they kind of work together. Yeah. Cluster glaring, oh yeah. Gang. With Jesse, it's definitely a gang. Jesse's like the mafia boss of the house. The other cats just do his bidding.
Launch prep at 25%.
Clutter.
Security teams to Chief Guidance Officer active. Chief Targeting Officer active.
Speaking of cats, they opened the blind to the kitchen. There's a cat in the backyard. I said good morning, and the kitty sits in front of the window looking at you. Such a pretty cat. It was black, but looked like it had streaks of blonde. Ooh, that's unique. You gotta watch out. That cat's thinking, this could be my new home. That's how my grandma and granddad got their cat back in the day. She just kept showing up and then decided she lived there. Just walked into their house one day, and that was it. Then they had a cat. They already had a dog at the time, but luckily they got along, the dog and the cat. It was kind of sad, though, because the dog and the cat, they got along so well that when the dog died, the cat got really sad and really fat, and then it passed away soon after. So I think they were pretty good friends. There's a picture, a parody of an NWA album. I think it's a cat walking towards the camera with some pit bulls behind it. That's how you got Marlin. There you go. See, yeah. One of my friends back home, someone left a black kitten in like a basket on her front door, and that's how she got her cat. Someone just left it there. Must have known she was a cat person. Your parents will be like, I don't think you live here, buddy. Sometimes, though, I think we don't get a choice. They just, Cats have realized very early into their evolution that they didn't have to lift a finger and they could just get humans to do everything for them. It's true, yeah. Yeah. I felt like that's what happened with Jesse. He just came to me, and then that was it. I was like, yep. You're the one. Oh! It's looking for a second home. So it can get that double feeding time in. I love those stories of cat owners where they find out that their cat had like a second home somewhere, and that's why it would go missing every once in a while. Like it was living half at the neighbors, half at their house. Just two-timing them. Alright. To the grove. Cats used to be able to talk. Can I say 2 words? Me and now. No, the course of time, it got mushed into meow. My friend figured out where the second cat came from. From the perfume she wear. Oh, interesting. Ah, there was a scent giveaway. Cats are great. They figured out very early on how to live the good life. And I feel like that's why they haven't evolved much over the years, you know? Because they just haven't had the need to, because everything gets handed to them. So as long as, like, humans are around, they're, like, sorted, you know? They're Gucci for life. It's like, House 4 Gardens over. Oh, goodness. So that cat was two-timing as well, then. You see, dogs would never do that. But cats. I think we've got, yeah. Oh, Killy's gone. Jenny and Killy were sat up on the tower just having a nap earlier, but it's just Jenny there now. That's when we're in trouble, yeah. Yeah, when they get thumbs. It's Spider Pig. Spider Pig. Does whatever a Spider Pig does. Sorry not to sing the song when I see their name. Dogs are loyal to a fault, but cats are cats are like, waste not, want not. Humans are just the gift that keeps on giving to them. Oh, it was Misfits where they had an episode where a cat turned into a zombie and started eating its owner and then turned her into a zombie. And I think it, like, bit a group of cheerleaders as well. Zombie cat. They're nasty. There we go. Boom. Guess they're cute still. So people bring them into their homes and it would spread pretty fast. Can I eat it? No, I can't. It's a zombie cat. I know of a cat that the owner took 3 months for it to stop licking the head of their... Aw, I mean, it was probably coming from a place of nurture that it was licking. But yeah, the problem is, especially if it's a female cat, they don't really know when to stop, and they can break the skin. They keep licking. Jenny's like that. You gotta watch out for her, because she'll like lick your arm, and she'll lick it until it goes red. She thinks she's helping, but it's just pain. Hey, how you doing? Kitty, hope you're well. Ooh, a story of Red Kelpie, an Australian dog that lived in a small town in the middle of Whoop Whoop. Had several... Whoop Whoop? Is that a real name for a real place? Whoop Whoop. Had several homes and several female partners, all separated in different towns far apart from each other. Was only found out when one of his owners followed him to the onto the local... Wait, what? The dog was taking the trip? What? Several homes and several lovers. Oh, just middle of nowhere. Gotcha. Maybe that dog was secretly a cat in a previous life. Just how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. That's crazy. The dog was using the train to 2-time its humans and its lady friends. That's a wild story. Ah! Excuse me. I never get any interesting robot pieces. Oh. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's here. Right at my feet. Campfire Tales is on if anyone needs badges. There's a guy in New Jersey that took the metro too. Wow. And like, it's kind of crazy when you think about... That dog must have known exactly where to get off as well. If it was going to the same place, like that suggests it had an understanding of how it worked and when it needed to leave. So I think they're smarter than we give them credit for. So, oh, I don't know what happened to the team, but if I promise I didn't boop anyone. So if you got kicked, it wasn't me. We're gonna do encrypted and then hop. Or maybe encrypted, mutated, event, hop. Yeah. No, I think they're just a lot smarter than we give them credit for. Like Nuka. He just always continues to surprise me every day, just how he can get into things he's not supposed to get into after observing somebody get into the thing. He's very, very observant. And like, you guys have seen him. When I leave and there's puree packet on the desk, he knows exactly when the time is to take that. And it's a wild story, but the Red Kelpie is one of the, if not the smartest dogs, often referred to as too smart. I mean, well, yeah. It had a whole second, third life, that doggo, didn't it? And then it kept secret. Your previous group pooped. Oh, okay, it was the server, right? Oh, no worries, ooh, something secret. Secret builds. Right, gonna pop encrypted, and then we'll do mutated event, then we'll hippity hoppity. I'll make sure we got those to the next server. Cats and dogs are experts at reading human body language. They are pretty good at it, yeah. Yeah, like they always get a sense when we're upset, don't they, and something's wrong. I think it's because that's kind of how they communicate. Well, at least that's how cats... I don't know too much about dogs, but I know that's how cats communicate. It's usually through very subtle gestures and Because they only really talk to us. They don't really talk to each other. In the sense of meowing. Meowing's mostly for us. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy that when you think about it, isn't it? Like, Killy's pretty good at communicating, which he showcases often on stream. He taps when he wants pets, and he'll usually start headbutting you, and he'll try to like guide you as to where he wants the pets, like, oh, behind the ear, on the head, under the chin, you know. Nukuro does this thing when he's hungry, where he walks up to the food bowl, and then he just goes, meow, like he's saying, food in the bowl. Sometimes he'll go to the bag with the food and then the food bowl, like, gimme. I get it myself, but I've not worked out how to get in that bag yet. Oh, okay. I think there's enough people here, so we'll start it. See you later. Bye-bye. Just Jenny there. Hello. They can understand a surprising amount of human words as well. I think dogs can remember a few more words than cats, just due to their intelligence level being a little bit higher. But yeah, they can both recognize and understand a surprising amount of our words, and like what we're referencing when we say them. Is this outfit better than the clown one that scares everyone? Where are you, Chen? I can't see ya. Whereabouts are ya? Oh, there you are. Oh! That's a look. The Grafton Monster, but when they were a teenager and they were into punk rock. Yeah, something like that, right? Basically like the IQ of a young kid. Yeah, yeah. And then I think there's some variations with like breed as well. Like Nuka clearly has a higher, he's like the highest of our cats in the house intelligence wise. Like there's a really big gap between like him and Jenny. Which is funny because Jenny's breed is supposed to be quite intelligent, but she's just, I don't know. It's like the lights are on but nobody's home, you know? I love her, but yeah, she's a little she's just in another world half the time, I think. They're like half wild, aren't they, Savannah? Yeah, skipped a generation. Yeah, I'd say intel-wise, in our house, it probably goes Nuka, Killy, Philly, Jesse, Momo, Jenny. I'm only bumping Jesse down because he doesn't have common sense. He doesn't know how to drink water. He flicks it up so more of it gets on his head than in his mouth. And that's why I've ranked him down. He's good with commands, like, you know, sit, stay, come here. But just watching him drink water... just shake my head every time I see him do it. It's just like, you got like not even like the bottom of the cup water drinking there. It's all on your head. A buddy of yours has 2, and one of them got lost for a week, and he was just chilling in the forest. Was it a cat, right? Yeah, because I feel the cats are... The good thing about cats is they're generally quite independent. So if they do get lost, there's a good chance they're going to come back. Or you're going to find them because they're good at looking after themselves. Jesse watched the dog out. Yeah, it's kind of how he drinks. Yeah. So also, he thinks the toilet water is good water, so he got called Doo-Doo Cat. So we had to start just, like, making sure the lid was down every time, because if he got the chance, he'd go to drink from the toilet. Hey, Bob. How you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. Yeah, Savannah cats especially. Yeah, they're a handful, I heard. So you really gotta know what you're getting into with those. They'll jump everywhere. If you don't want a cat that's gonna jump on your furniture, don't get a Savannah cat. You found the asylum dresses? You just need the red? If you want brown, Cora can probably give you one of the ones we have in we got a load of brown dresses in the prize pool, so just let Cora know. We can give you one. No problem. We don't have any reds, sadly, but we got plenty of brown, dresses there. I feel like Abyssinians are quite similar to Savannah cats as well when it comes to, like, you know, jumping around on things, and because they can jump very, as you've seen, she's very springy. She's a lot springier than the other cats. When she runs, she's super fast, so she has more tendency to, like, knock stuff over and cause accidents. So she's quite a handful, Jenny. On this day, we were on Wednesdays. On Wednesdays, we wear pink. Oh, that movie's so old now, and that makes me feel old. Okay, we're gonna do the mutated event, and then we'll hop after that, yeah. Just like constantly over encumbered today. Fedora, we don't want that. Dropping some plans. Oh, I know what. Oh, it's because it ran out. Okay, that's why. That's why we're over encumbered.
I wonder if they can make power armor in my size.
Oh, I'm sorry, Def. 2000. Wow, 2006. Is that when it came out? Wow. Classic. Classic of our generation, Mean Girls. Make sure we got that well rested as well. We got like 4 minutes till the mutated event happens. And then maybe we'll swap back to a Brotherhood look. Oh, it was too far. Oh, it was even further away. Like middle school for me. God. You were just barely 19. Ah, so you were like just tail end of high school. You remember when millennials were young? Remember when we were the young, troublesome youths? Now, like, I think the oldest of us is like, what is it, 81? So 40, 41, 42? I think now. Around about that. Yeah. Yeah, 81's the cutoff, right? For the year, not the age. You're like 7 or 8, you know. Oh, you're the baby! We're old and but some of us are getting crunchy, yeah, when we try to stand up. Pepperidge Farm remembers, oh god. What's the youngest millennial now, then? Guess 20s? Gen X? 1981, I think, is when millennials started. You were 5? Oh, the youngest is 20. Oh, okay, so they're gonna hit 30 soon then. Is it 80? Is it 81 tonight? Oh, am I at the tail end of millennials then? Am I like right at the end? Oh, 6. Okay, right. I'm near the end. Me and Cora are near the end then. We were some of the last. Seven. So there's a couple of that knocked over and then it came back. Weird, but it's still not accessible. So there's still a couple of 90s kid in Gen Z then. I gotta cripple some ghoul legs. But event's gonna start in a minute. You're Gen Z. Oh, did you not know? The year ranges vary. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. You just use the census bureau. I feel like that's the common one. It really doesn't matter when you draw the line. As long as you do your research, you're consistent. Yeah, I mean, all a millennial is really is those who were born sort of near the millennia, right? That's what we are. Alpha Gen is 2012 plus. Oh, okay. I think my cousins are Gen Z. Yeah, I think they were born before that. You're in the middle? Ah, the middle of the millennials. 80s. Oh, you and Kenny have, I think he's 80. Yeah, Kenny was 86, so you guys are a similar age. Is there a generation after Generation Z? Alpha, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's Alpha after Z. The cutoff for generations, they don't, do they? No, like 1997 feels like a weird time to end millennials, because like, wouldn't 1999 technically, I mean, they were born before the millennia. So they experienced it. So I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for that, you know? They're called that because of the, because everyone was born post. I see, that makes sense with Alpha. That makes sense. It was like a consistent cutoff. But with millennials, it's like some of us were born before, some of us weren't. I mean, yeah, some of it, yeah. The cutoff for millennials feels weird. Most of us were too young to understand why some of the adults were panicking when the year 2000 came along. Basically. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you millennial too, Jenga. Yeah, the Y2K. Yeah. I don't think I found out about that until I got older. I just remember all I remember about the year 2000 was we went for a family meal and I had this glittery plushie thing, and when you pressed its hand, it sung a song for the year 2000, and I was so distracted by that I didn't notice any panic going on around me, if there was any. You're like 9 or 10 storing gallons of water in closets. Were your parents a little worried about it? 1970. 26 to 42. Yeah, some of them are turning 42 this year. Yeah, the 81 crowd. But it can vary. Every time someone says the year 2000, my mind thinks of Conan saying in the year 3000, and then that makes me think of that Busted song. What was it that they used to play all the time back in the day? I think it was just called Year 3000. Apparently we live underwater. Kids growing up in England probably knew them. They were on the telly all the time. Oh, that was the bug. Yeah, I was way too young to even process the panic. You feel like you could be either. You're on the edge. Boomers are 46 to 64. Swinging 60s. Live in Oklahoma, so technology was already a touchy subject for some people. Add that to the doomsday and oh, so the panic was pretty high there then. I don't feel like there was too much of it in England, but like I said, I was quite young, so I don't remember too much of it. I just remember that plushie that I had and you pressed it and it made a fun New Year tune, and I pressed it so much it drove my parents nutty. Post-World War II, the population was super boom, Julie. Yeah, like the baby boom generation. Yeah, that's what they were called, right? We're the don't want to have babies generation, apparently. Or so the news keeps saying. It's because we don't have money. We can't afford a house, let alone a kid. You may have memorized a bunch of generation stuff. Prepared for this conversation today. Boomers, be nice or I'll hit you with my cane. It was less panicked and more like jaded acceptance that we were gonna get Skynetted. A lot of Terminator fans. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I think most people, they want to be secure in a house before they think about having kids, don't they? But the problem is a lot of millennials, we're stuck on the house part. And most of our friends who do have kids, it was a whoopsie. They had like a shotgun wedding. So they wanted to get the house first, but it didn't quite work out that way. Birth rates have decreased a lot as well. Yeah. I mean, here they're saying one of the reasons why is because, like, people want to have a career and stuff first, but also, like, just the housing market costs and things like that are also playing into a factor. Yeah, the pay not matching with the economical situations. Yeah, exactly, Bob. We were talking a bit about that yesterday, weren't we? It's not a bad thing, yeah, because of sustainability, yeah. So in theory, we're helping. You know? I think it's smarter to be ready and be in a situation, you know, where economically you can handle a kid. It just makes sense. It's a big thing, bringing like another human into the world. So you want to make sure you're ready if you can. It's a lot of responsibility. gotta make sure you're looking after yourself properly first, right? Yeah, overpopulation. Yeah, they're worried about that in the future, yeah. So, we're doing our part. Best I can do as a cat. I actually said that to I sent that meme to my dad. Best I can do as a cat. So sometimes when, like, the cats walk by the camera, say, oh, grandkids are here. Exactly, yeah. I mean, especially, like, I think there's a lot of mental hurt in our generation as well. Like, we got a lot of anxiety and things like that to work through. And it's good to be in a more grounded place yourself before you have a kid. You're fine with just the cat, too. We're the cat generation, that's what it is. we're having cats instead. Current downsides, yes, so that's the problem they have here, where they're like, the population is aging, and there's going to be more old people than young people. Yeah, they're worried about that, so they're trying to encourage people to have kids, but we need a house first. So I think that's where things like, I think that's why we can get that 80% with the mortgage core, is it's one of those things that they implemented to try and encourage people to have kids by trying to make it easier for people to get their first house. But what's happening is we're getting the house and then we're just getting more cats, so. Yeah, I think Japan has it, yeah. I think they're in the same boat. Babies are expensive, yeah. Like, my parents, they had me and then they were like, that's it. That's all we could afford. Because they'd have had to have gotten a bigger house if they had more. And then I think my friend's parents were the same, too. You heard the politics for kids over there and almost all the policies for kids over there. Oh, for where? For here, or? Back in the 1950s, when one person could support a household with 5th grade education, it was a lot. Yeah, and people had a lot more kids back then, too. But then the kids often worked as well, didn't they? Oh, we need to server hop. Sorry. I was, like, we were doing something, and I can't remember what it is, and it's server hopping. You get a cat. You get a cat. Everybody gets a cat. Cats are great, because they are somewhat independent. They like cuddles, and you don't have to pay for them to go to, like, a Hagwon or university. So they're perfect. And the internet loves them. They might as well whack you with a ruler here. Oh my god, I heard that, like, just going to the hospital to give birth is like, the cost is ridiculous. Like, in England, I think it's free. And here, it definitely doesn't cost that much. So, yeah, just like, having a kid in a safe, like, getting the kid out in a safe environment in America is just, like, ridiculously pricey. Yeah, here it's, I don't know the specifics. I could ask Kenny about it, but I'm pretty sure it's not gonna break the bank. Yeah. $20 for one diaper? That's daylight robbery, that. Is that with insurance? After you're like, oh my god, she's crazy. Baby, we can't have... No, my dad said I was pretty quiet. One time at Christmas, my cousin was, like, throwing a fit and screaming, and I said to Dad, was I like that? And he said, no, you were alright, you were pretty quiet. No complaints. How you doing, Regis? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? Hi, Wanya. Oh, wait, Wanya's here? I missed the message. Oh, hi, Wanya. How are you? One diaper, $20. Jesus. Yeah, that's daylight robbery, that. I don't know how anyone affords anything health and medical-wise in America. I don't even live there, and it makes me anxious when I hear the prices. Here, it's not like the UK health. You know, like, we don't have an NHS, but things are pretty affordable if you have insurance. It's not terrible. And the healthcare system's pretty good. Like, if you get cancer, most people here are not worried about dying. It's just like, oh, my money, my bank. There are more pushes for early childcare. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like, if, with the economy, you want to, you know, most people will have to work when they have a kid, won't they? But, like, accessible childcare is a huge factor in that, like, because it's expensive. Breaking Bad would never work in Europe. Well, what would have happened is he would have been on a list and had to wait a long time, so there would have been a possibility he would have died before the list. He got on the list, I guess. That's the downside, I guess. You know, it's free, but but you gotta wait. Daycare is super important, but in the States you have to pay for it, and it's crazy. Why is daycare so expensive? If you break bones, you'll go to the doctor or hospital. I can't imagine the cost for a broken bone in America. Here, it's like, again, not too bad. GoFundMe's for healthcare costs are uniquely American, it seems. It's, yeah, I'm curious what we do here that is different from America and why we can have more affordable prices. Like, medical tourism is huge here, not just for plastic surgery, but for things like cancer. Like, a few hospitals have an entire, like, section just for, like, Russian patients that come in, because they got a lot of medical tourism from Russia for, like, cancer treatments, apparently. So it must be a bit more affordable here than there. I'm on the same server! Oh, I am. Sorry, I didn't check. And yeah, I remember my braces here were cheaper than it would have been in the UK past 18. And my dad was, like, really surprised. That's one reason why I got them here and I didn't get them. Well, I didn't get them back home because the dentist kept telling me to wait, but then they were not on the insurance anymore, so that felt like a bit of a scam. So I got them here instead. You were hospitalized for COVID for 8 days? 120K? That's insane! What? God, jeez. And that was with insurance. That's mad, that. The facilities there seem a bit nicer, too. We got some really good hospitals here. At least, I don't know about the countryside, but at least in the city, there. Yeah. Like, you're in good hands. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Brakes on. Exclamation mark, play to join. This server is the same server again. Hang on. I'm stuck in a server loop. I don't know. How do people... I don't know. Are people expected to? I feel like that's the kind of debt that goes on to, like, your grandkids. You know? It's insane. Just for 8 days. A nickel and a dime. Every single thing. It's... yeah. See you later, Jules. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a lovely night. Oh, they say they don't, but... Okay. Right, let's get the race on. And I'll let you know if the server's fresh or not. Sorry, musical yawns today. This server's good. We can stay here. This one's fine. Kicking? Insurance, you pay monthly and then a deductible on top of that resets each year if you reach the deductible. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, I didn't know about that. That explains it a little bit then. You lost... So you lost your last one during the pandemic. Oh, God. Yeah, next time Jules is on, you'll have to ask them the story behind their username. Medical systems worldwide need to be updated. No longer made for... Oh, yeah, like, what is it? Insulin is a big problem with that, isn't it, Wanya? Where the cost to produce is quite low, but they sell it very high. And that's something people need to live. If they don't get it, they die. But they're being exploited with the price. Suggesting waiting to get big medical work done. Oh, God. I mean, if it's big, usually that means urgent and can't wait. You're not in the race? They're still gonna... Captain 2's still gonna try. They have lowered the price with a law, though. Oh, that's good. At least it's making progress then, getting better. Things are really, yeah, like food and stuff's really cheap in Vietnam. Yeah, I went to university with a few people from there, and they always said, oh, come visit sometime. Like, your money's gonna go really far there. Everything's like way cheaper. So, I remember they were a bit surprised at some of the prices here because it was a lot steeper compared to, you know, where they lived. Your dad and his injury and late in the year, so it reset back. Oh, okay. Was that generally good for you guys then? Does that system kind of work, or is it still pretty bad? Okay, one sec. I just want to go grab a drink.
Make sure to drink purified water so you do not become one of those things.
Ooh, okay. No, the bot one. We'll get him next time. Everywhere has, yeah. Yeah, some things will be better than others, right, Goose? Ban the bots. We gotta get those signs in game. Yeah, no, it's crazy, like how, yeah, with conversion rates. I remember last time we went to England, it felt like a lot of money was lost in the conversion rates because just like the pound wasn't doing great. So it felt like the money just didn't go as far there as it does here. But also like VAT and tax percentages are higher in the UK too. than they are here, so that's a factor. It being late in the year was bad since he only had a month or so where everything would be covered, and after that, oh, that sucks. Right, to get fully covered again. Great food in Vietnam. Yeah, amazing food there. It seems like a really great place to go for a food trip, especially.
This can't defenses leave mine.
Here we go. We're gonna do some ASMR can opening. Yes, yeah, the weather is very, very warm, but people are lovely. Here we go. Some lovely fizz. Here we go. Yes, yeah. Very, very hot and humid, sweaty kind of weather. Yeah, a lot of the Vietnamese students I knew here said that the humidity here was nothing compared to what they were used to back home, so they were like fine with it.
We'll do the trick for you.
Oh, the internet's pretty good as well. Insanely great. Nice. Great food, great internet, good people, win-win. Okay, oh, most wanted. I'm a bit late. I wish I had good internet. All right. Okay. All right. I only see Doc. Oh no, there are some other people here. You're freezy, you still walk around in your sweatshirt at 20 degrees. What's the weather like where you live, Wanya? Is it usually on the like colder or warmer scale? Here it's just like it's really hot in the summer and it's really cold in the winter. And then the in-betweeny seasons are like perfect weather, but they're super short. So you don't get to enjoy like it for long. We get like a rainy season in the summer and typhoon season too. They're usually not too bad. You live in the older part of town, so the call service and internet's really sucky. Oh, they haven't like upgraded the lines and stuff there yet. Just cool flames on your modem, that'll make it go faster. I live in a very flat plains where temps can spread like a virus, so in winter you get down to -18 and summer's up to 40! Wow! So you kind of get both sides of the weather spectrum as well there then. Oh, interesting. 40's like way too much, isn't it? I don't go outside if it's over 35. I feel like I'm just gonna bake like a potato out there. It's like South Dakota, but in Europe. Oh, goodness. I do miss British weather sometimes because it's nice and mild. And usually you don't have to worry about it. Unlike people actually live here. Dry heat. Oh yeah, dry heat any day over humid for sure. For sure. Hi kid, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going today? I hope you're good. They haven't upgraded stuff here, but 5 minutes down the that's so frustrating. It's like so close but so far. Oh, Arizona, is it just like dry but super hot? Am I Mothman? I think I'm it is a Mothman cultist outfit. One of the newer ones. They don't handle it. They just stay inside.
Ice cold Nuka-Cola.
That's fair.
You'll come back and play again, you hear?
Mm-mm.
Let's get peace. Clean up this mess.
Let's build a massive... What could go wrong?
Welcome to Nuka World on tour.
Yep. How are we doing? 1 minute. Let's build a Fallout town where every Fallout fan can reside and sell fan-made shacks. Oh, we can probably do Bravo, I guess. Pretty leaves, nice and cool, not too much bugs, and Halloween. Yeah, fall's pretty nice, right? I like fall and spring. In spring, we get the cherry blossoms, though they really didn't last long this year. It felt like it was... almost felt like it was less than a week. Saw them once, and then the next week, they were gone. They're already falling. $35. This is like 95. Oh, 35°C, so like 95 degrees. Which is not too hot for me, but I just remembered high school athletics and, Oh! Oh, so it'd be like really warm, but like the uniform for athletics would just be really, really nasty for the weather. No worries, Goose. You having a good weekend so far? Oh, it's gonna, yeah, bounce me back. Oh my goodness. Are they, were they trying to make everybody pass out? No. That's like inside weather with aircon. 30 set. Anything over 30. Just like take me to the nearest aircon. I'm British, so anything over 20 really is not my kind of weather. 25 it really starts to get sweaty. When I was a child, I had to wear suits at 30 plus for all the... Oh no! Back when you were in that group, right? Why? Why do they do that to people? They have like... Did they do a lot of outdoor stuff? Was that it? You have to do... Oh, your school was the same? Hang on a minute. I thought... There. Went in a circle and got lost. They hear about Japanese swimming where you practice hard and the hot day for this 30 minutes. Oh, you mean like the morning exercises? And they thought, yeah, kids here will really love that too. Oh, sorry to hear that, Wanya. I'm just glad you're not. Yeah, you don't have to deal with that anymore. They were training you like samurais? But you're like, yeah, you're just teenagers, not It seems a bit extreme, doesn't it? When you put it like that. Oh, soccer and football, though. Just a very intense PE teacher, I'm guessing. Bring. Oh, speaking of cults, Kenny said at work the other day he was approached by they're called Munchkinjesse, and they had a bit of a scandal during COVID. If you type their name in, that's probably what's going to pop up on Google. But yeah, one of them came to his workplace and was trying to recruit him, and he told them, he said, "Sorry, I'm with the Church of England. He doesn't know anything about the Church of England. I told him to just say he's been excommunicated, because then they can't talk to you anymore. Like, that is like 100% how to get rid of them. Say you're being excommunicated, they can't talk to you, because if you talk to someone who's excommunicated, then you can get excommunicated too. But instead he said he was from the Church of England, and then he kept telling them, he was like, oh, well, I mean, if you come to my church, then I'll come to your church. And apparently, there was just like that back and forth, and he broke their brain, and they ended up walking off. Because they didn't want to be in the Church of England. But, that was telling them you've been excommunicated was a tip from one of my old writing professors. Because a lot of the students at the time at the school, when we went to like the Home Plus, were they were trying to recruit like students from the university. So he told us to tell them that. Because they remember you and they don't approach you again after that. There's a fair amount of that here that you gotta be careful of. If you're here for an extended time. There's churches like that here, and they battle each other, so they tell you you're gonna hell if you don't switch to... God. Yeah, a lot of them, it's fear. They use fear, don't they? I always say, church should be free, and if it's not free, they're trying to scam you. If they're wanting you to pass, especially big amounts of money, yeah, they're just trying to scam you. There are a lot of, like, membership churches here, so I always found that a bit weird. Because you don't need a membership to go to church. But I don't know, maybe that's because, you know, England's like a Protestant country, and you can, like, just walk into church there, so that's, like, the culture I'm used to, sort of seeing. So the idea of, like, having to pay a membership fee for a church is really weird for me.
Control room active. All stations standing by. Proceed to the launch.
If anything gets handed, run.
The launch prep sequence.
The terms, oh, but setting conditions says everything about it, yeah.
Launch prep sequence.
I mean, he doesn't need $10.
All personnel, take your stations. All personnel.
He could make $10.
Assembling launch crew chief.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it. I hope. Yeah, yeah. I think.
Launch in progress.
Oh, my stim packs aren't working.
The control room. Security teams.
They're taking advantage of people otherwise. Yeah,
Security teams.
and I don't like that. Buff up your face. That could be a tagline for one of the membership churches. Buff up your faith. Church microtransactions. Run a question, but did you ever play? I did. Yeah, I played with Cora a little bit. We were bush Wookiees together. Where we were trying to unlock cosmetics. We just move from like bush to bush and be like, this is a good bush. No, this is a bad bush. And then occasionally we'd have to kill another bush Wookiee to steal their bush. Because they had a good bush. But they were AFK, so. We were active bush Wookiees. We moved from bush to bush. We weren't static. You could also build a porta potty and hide in that too. People were too polite to check. Yeah, that was the joke. Netflix on one screen. Nuclear wind. Because you get more points if you stay alive than kills. So there's no point in even hunting players down. You just wanted to stay alive as long as possible.
Chief propulsion officer active.
I just did the maths and you still need like 50 grams of protein today. Oh, what time is it there? Is it getting late as well?
Additional security required.
It's like 10 AM here. Near the end of Nuclear Winter, I straight up just built a porta potty right out in the open and lasted a good while. Everyone was like, oh yeah, that's normal. Oh, you're gonna be up for a bit longer, but it's hard to eat and chat. Oh no, so you don't know if you'll make it. If you gotta go grab a bite to eat, you gotta go grab a bite to eat. Ooh.
Security incident reported in the control room.
I'm definitely getting better now. I've still got a bit of a cough, but it's we're getting back.
Targeting officer active.
Yeah, it was just a nasty bug. The sad part is I don't remember a lot of the first half of the Redfall streams we did because I was like, I had fever at that time. So I was kind of like half here, half dazed. So I only remember the second half of the game. Well. You get... The sickest thing for you back then was how they wanted you to study a book that was meant for teenagers, where they would ask very intimate and private questions that you had to fill out. That sounds a little bit like what Scientology do, that, doesn't it? Where they, like, they get you to reveal things about yourself, and that gets used as leverage later on if you try to leave. And then, once absent, of course, your parents or spiritual leaders would know what's up in your life. Right, yeah. To keep you, right, and to keep you in there. Yeah, no. I absolutely agree, yeah. If a church is asking for stuff like that, it's also a really big red flag, I think. Absolutely. Speaking of eating, I don't know how bodybuilders do it. They need so much... Oh my... I know, right? Oh, have you seen that, what was that show? Physical 100? They had people who were like, some of them were bodybuilders, some of them were athletes, some of them just did it as a hobby. They had all like different body types on there.
Have yourself a fine day.
Some of them were like, George. They had some, fighters on as well. But yeah, I can only imagine, like, the diets required to maintain those bodies. Hey Ghost, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going? You're starting a new character. You've been wanting to do a sniper build for a while. Ooh, Matilda. I like that we got a name for it as well. It really is. No, I think it is Jenga. I think it is, you know, it's what's the exploitation, yeah? When, especially if they're using it against people. Do you see the Mountain talking about his night alarms? Oh my god. I can only imagine. Quite a few actors who've had to get very buff for roles have made it very clear that they don't want to do that ever again. Because sometimes the diets, especially if they're getting to that physique quickly, are not great for the old mental health, apparently. Grocery bills just map. Can only... Right? Definitely costly. I can't watch that show. I'd feel bad about myself. We surprisingly got into it. Someone Kenny's related to actually was in that show. So we were like rooting for them the whole time. But it was a little different to what I was expecting it to be. They were alright. Some of the games were ridiculous though. Just fill the cart with ground turkey and rice, etc. Oh, lots of rice. More effort than just tossing back a grilled cheese. I've never really done like an extensive diet, but I don't imagine I bode well with it. Especially since it has to be... Right, yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of upkeep. Mm. Oh, that's weird. Some disconnects. We've had some of the teams drop today as well, so something going on. Hard until you find staples. I guess it's like, you probably get into a routine after a while, but... Yeah, the early days would be really rough, I imagine. I don't think I could bulk up like that. I'm super picky. I kind of like that too, yeah. It definitely takes a lot of determination and commitment, which I commend. You get an occasional cheat day, but white chicken, fish, rice, and then not that much sauce. I'm a big sauce person. So, yeah, I don't think I'd do well. You hadn't even picked up the Pip-Boy. Oh no! It might not have saved your character. I think it doesn't save it until you get out of Vault, does it? 2 styles of baked chicken you've loved, but most of the other meal group prep things really yucked you out. Aww. I think that's where like some people just mentally get defeated by it, because the food... if, like, the food taste is really bad, I think that can destroy your morale quite quickly over time. You have to redo... No! Ugh, it should save after you make it. Eating is by far the worst part for bodybuilders. Oh, is that you? Oh, no. Oh, okay, thank you. It was trying to eat me. Oh, you okay, kid? What a huge problem with certain textures, so like steak and a lot of protein type foods. Ah. So are there like certain textures that you're really not keen on? That definitely would make it harder, yeah. If you're kind of sensitive to that. No, I know what you mean, yeah, yeah. You don't like pastas because you don't like the texture. Is there a kind of pasta that you don't mind the texture of? You have that with chili. So it's not like the taste is bad, it's just the texture. It's funny that our brains are like that, isn't it? Angel hair pasta. But I love almost everything else I've tried. Just regular, just like smooth. Smooth and, not complicated. Steak tastes good, but you don't like the texture. And that kind of puts you off from eating it. Brains are, as I say sometimes, brains are bastards. Sometimes they're mean to us for no reason. Smooth and delicious. I think I can be a bit picky about textures as well. I'm trying to think of some... I don't like cucumber. I don't like most things about cucumber. The way it sounds when you eat it, the texture, taste, smell. I don't know why. Were you gonna say brains? Brains would be a very squishy texture. Though a delicacy in some places. When you pick up your phone, it can be that it wasn't your intention, but your brain is so fast it realizes it wasn't intended, changing the thought in your brain before the actual thought happens, believing that you did want to pick up your phone. Oh! When you basically, like, trip over your own brain, right? I've had days before where I've had a bottle of water in one hand and my phone in the other, and I've gone to put the phone in the fridge instead of the water. What about pickles? Nope, don't like pickles. No, 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 no. No, no. It's a no for me. Corn on the cob, but you can't stand it off the cob. I kind of understand where you're coming from with that. It is... There's something different about it. I do prefer it on the cob, too. Just drizzled in butter. You're training your brain to like veggies as much as ice cream. You've been trying for decades now. I adore pickles now, but I hated them as a kid. Oh. So how, like, did that just change, like, as you got older randomly? Or did, like, you trick your brain into, like, liking them? It's corn. It's got the juice. No! When I had it with butter. No, stop! Not the song. I've accidentally almost thrown my phone away because it was in my... That's like, yeah, when the wires get crossed. I haven't... Oh! Oh, barbecue corn drenched it. Yes! Yes, yes, yes. Very delicious. Hey! I'm talking. Oh, it just happened. You accidentally ate one and were like, you know what? It's not so bad. Yeah, sometimes when we get older, things like that happen, don't they? Where there are things we didn't really like to eat before, and now we're like, oh, you know what? It's not bad. Use the flashlight on your phone to look for your phone in the dark room. We've all had days like that, don't worry, Eric. Where's my phone? While you're, like, holding it. You try to retry stuff every so often, it's weird, but... You get new... Well, that could be the science behind it then, you know? Why sometimes it, just one day just tastes better. I like those sugary gummy worms a lot when I was a kid, and I can't stand them nowadays. But then I don't like tomatoes when I was young. Nowadays I love them, but I still do hate spinach. My granddad got me to eat spinach because he said, you want to be as strong as Popeye, don't you? And I went, yeah! So I ate the spinach, and I was like, oh, it's not bad. I know. Apparently it was very easy to get me to try things. It takes like 7 years. Oh, a 7 year from... I actually didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, so it takes a while. But that could be, yeah, that could explain why sometimes things just suddenly taste better. Best way for you to get veggies is smoothies. Fruit and yogurt can dominate the flavor of a shake. Because they're so sweet, right? Whenever they brought up Popeye, I was like, I don't want to be that strong. I just want to be... Aww! I just want to be happy. That's cute. Canned spinach, but fresh. Yeah, fresh is better, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go cripple some ghoul legs. I'm on cooldown for alpha, if anyone wants to do that particular silo. Hi, Kinley. Sweet raspberry, ooh, vinaigrette spinach salad. Nice. Chili. I think he just knew we were talking about food. Me? Oh, you can do alpha? I can't stand when yogurt. Oh, yeah. I agree with you on the chunks. If it's drinks or yogurt, anything like with a smooth texture, I don't want chunks in it. I'm the same kind of... With soup to an extent. Like, I like croutons in my soup, but I'm not too big a fan of, like, big chunks of vegetables in there. But yeah, yogurts and stuff. And drinks. Yeah, no. No bits. Please. And it's gotta be a texture thing, that, right? It's gotta be a weird texture thing, I think. Reminds you of the Family Guy cutaway gag where Popeye was seeing the doctor and the doctor was like, those muscles. Those aren't muscles on your arms? Those are oh my god. That's dark. Oh, he does have very strangely shaped muscles. Got a cripple there. I think it said legs. So I'm just gonna keep shooting the legs. I have to do it with this because the auto axe is gonna kill him too fast. Everyone thinks I'm weird for it, but if I get frozen custard, I want Nuffy Lumpy in it. No, you are absolutely correct. That custard should be smooth. It's everyone else who's weird. Legit throw it away. Yeah, they're like further down on his arm, aren't they? On Popeye. Rocky Road ice cream's better than you thought, in application at least. You know, I haven't had Rocky Road ice cream. I tend to get into a bit of a cycle with things where it's like I'm very prone to having the same thing because it's something I liked over trying something new, if that makes sense. Like, if I like a restaurant, I tend to have the same thing when I go there. All you want on it is ice cream. What about... Oh, but cookie dough ice cream's amazing. That's like one thing with chunks in it that is great. Cookie dough ice cream. That a big pot of Ben & Jerry's cookie dough ice cream. Don't get better than that. So expensive, though. So good. Oh, cookies and cream, yeah. Baskin Robbins here do a really nice, like, cookie and cream ice cream smoothie. That's quite nice. Like one away. I gotta hand in these legendaries. Oh my god, yes! So my partner does not like cake too much. So for his birthday, we always get an ice cream cake. Because he really likes ice cream. But he's not too much of a fan of cake, so we just get him the giant ice cream cake instead, and he loves it. Hey, some nerd, how you doing? Hope you're well. Welcome. Oh yeah, there's so many Baskins and Robbins here. So many. Pie. I'll have pie and cake, you know? I like both. Oh, yeah, I gotta cripple some more legs. Popeye character was based off an actual person. Oh, do they have, like, the weird muscles in a weird place like Popeye does then as well? Is that accurate? Your girlfriend hates tomatoes. I think I've seen a picture though of like the face of that guy, yeah, who looks like Popeye. She hates tomatoes. That's why her hair is fake red colored and yours is natural. Wait, what? Do they like tomatoes in certain situations, like on pizza? Yeah, we can do daily. Let me just get this ghoul thingy done first, and then I'll check my buffs and we can go do it, yep. When I have real red copper hair, eat tomatoes. The secret behind every redhead is tomatoes. Oh, the sauce is fine. Okay. I know, yeah. I know a few people who are like that. They don't like tomatoes too much, but they love like tomato sauce and it's like in a paste. They just don't want to eat the tomato. Seems to be oddly somewhat common. Not sure why though. Maybe it could be a texture thing again. One of them just died. Just fell over. She's forgiven. She puts ketchup on everything though, even pizza, like on top. She's weird when it comes to food. Like every Polish person you met in your life thus far. Oh dear. Yeah, that's funny. Not a big fan of tomatoes, but loves ketchup. Made from tomatoes. Where's the wanted plant? Oh! What happened, Fuzzy? Curious if that was a boo-boo or not. Usually whenever I get 5 wanted, it's because I accidentally opened something at a friend's camp. I think I might have to revoke the forgiveness for having ketchup with pizza. Let's go. Let me have a look. Anyone here in Alpha? I only see you, so if there is, they're sneaking. I once had a Polish roommate. Crizzy. Oh gosh, I think I butchered that. Crizzy, who was grilling cucumber in slices on the radiator because this gives it a special flavor. But he also baked a cake with salt when he ran out of sugar, and loved it. A salty cake. I don't know how I feel about that. It feels wrong. Mothman omelets at Nuka World benches if anyone still needs. So they had some interesting taste buds, that friend. Grilled cucumber on a radiator. It was okay. Are you sure the second face makes it feel like it wasn't okay? Oh, in a shelter with freak. Oh, okay, yeah. Eviction notice. Eviction notice. You killed them. The job is that you freed them from their burden. That's interesting, that. I wonder if there's, like, some cultural reason behind it. Like, a mixture of flavors that's more common there that isn't common in other places. Like here, what was kind of really popular for a while was these pop-up, like, corn dog shops, and they dipped the corn dog in sugar, and when I told American friends about that, they, like, gasped. Like, the whole thing just dipped in sugar, and then you put, like, mustard and ketchup on it, too. It was too much sugar for me, so usually what would happen is she'd go to dip it in the sugar, and I'd be like, no! Just give me the corn dog. No sugar for me, thanks. It was just too much. Yeah, so they'd have, like, yeah, they had the cheese ones, and you could get potatoes on them and things like that, but then they'd dip it in sugar. And people would, like, there'd be lines, big queues for them when they first opened up. Corn and mayo pizza. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. The only thing I could explain is the great starvations in Poland and like people mixed and matched things and it just got carried over, maybe. It could be. You got a couple of Korean corn dog places and one's covered in cube. Oh yeah, the cube French fries. Yeah, those were really popular. Yeah. And then that gets dipped in the sugar. Yeah, when Maple was asking for like weird food combos, I said corn dog with sugar because it's something we have here that's not common over there. I've got to remember to ask her if she tried that and how it was. How you doing, Husky? I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm not too bad. I hope you're well too. Oh, did you like it? How did you feel about it? I feel like it's not too bad, but if it's too much sugar, I don't like it. If it's a little bit, it's like kind of fine, but it's still not. I'd prefer it without, you know? I'd prefer it without. Yeah, corn dogs. You just want cheese. Yeah. Cheese on it's alright. Canned spinach menacingly. You okay, Killy? He's just chilling. If the shadow has eyes, it's Killy. She thought it was okay. Yeah, like, it's not as bad as it sounds, surprisingly. My main issue was that it was too much sugar.
Settler camp was attacked by mutants last night.
Like, you know, Krispy Kreme donuts, it's too much sugar. The glazed ones.
I think I'm the last one alive. Probably won't be much longer. The mutants have left. Now,
Oh, sugar and sweet potatoes!
destroy the meat bags when you get here.
So there's definitely a demand for it. I don't know if it would fare well in England, though. I feel like people would be put off by the mixing sweet and savoury part, perhaps. We have different types of sweet potatoes here. We have sweet potato pumpkins. They're also red on the inside. They're really delicious. That's what the potato guy outside sells. The Hobart Gogomas. They're really, really nice. Never saw those in England, but we've got those here. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, best fried chicken here. People can fight me on that. They will be wrong. Korean fried chicken is the best. We have so many flavors. It's so good. Don't know a single person who's been here, had fried chicken, and not come to that conclusion that it is in fact the best here. Yeah. Yeah, fried chicken and beer is a combo. You like when your mum brings you some? Aww. Do you have like a favorite Korean chicken brand? Kenny really likes the honey chicken from Kyo-chan. I think the weird combo Maple like the best is peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's like a very American thing, isn't it? Peanut butter jelly sandwich. Bacon and pepper jack cheese. Spicy, crispy chicken. Yeah, we got a lot of really good spicy flavors here. I really like the soy chicken's really nice. I live in the States, so... the H-Mart are local places. I know they used to have a Kyo-chan in New York, but someone said it wasn't there anymore. Like a year or two ago, so I don't know what happened. Oh, and it was grilled. Interesting. I do love a grilled cheese. I just don't know about the peanut butter. And jelly on it. You want to try it sometime? Oh, well, if I get one, I can bring it over. Oh, I think they're exploding, aren't they? I'm just gonna tag him and keep moving. Seems to be quite a lot today. Your doctor ordered you a drink. To drink more soft drinks. Before you ask what kind of doctor that is, his name was Dr. Pepper. A God Roll Zealot's tire iron. That's game over there then. Weird food stream one. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. The problem, I would be worried about throwing up on stream if it's bad. I don't have a good stomach for food combos I'm repulsed by. If that makes sense. So my biggest concern would be throwing up on stream if I did that. You got the lead belly perk IRL. Smell that Dr. Pepper. Build up that lead belly immunity. Yeah, I like Ginger Melon. Yeah, it's alright. It's been a while since I've had it though. Trying to think of what we had last. What did we have yesterday? Oh, I had Nemyong yesterday. Kenny thinks I'm weird because I like all the mustard and all of the vinegar in that. To the point where he doesn't want to eat that anymore when I'm finished with it. Projectile vomiting gets good. I'm pretty sure there might be a rule against that on Twitch. Harmful behavior and whatnot. If you know it's gonna happen, like. You're more of a monster guy. I never got into Dr. Pepper. I remember I tried one when I was young, and I pulled a face, and then I never had one again, but I honestly can't really recall what the flavor was like. Thanks, Captain 2. Peach. Yeah, that's the danger one for me, peach soju. It's been a long time since I've had any, though. Oh, you like the apple one? Yeah. So many different flavors to choose from. It's too gingery. Ah, that was from a ginger. Yes, yeah. Quite a high concentration of alcohol as well. Like, it's kind of like a shot drink. I'm heavy, and I've got to figure out why. Ah! Our bonuses ran out. Yeah, usually Korean barbecue, bit of alcohol. That's pretty common.
Is anyone out there?
Trying to think of last time I had. I think the last time we went for barbecue was Sonal for New Year.
Please help. My name is Kenneth.
Went to a nice barbecue place. Where you like pick what meat you want on and cook it, cook it at the table.
Destroy the meat bags when you get here. That should drive them away if they come back. There's a machine in the crater. Should take care of the radiation.
Sorry, Dad. That's one of the perks to living here is just delicious food all the time, yeah. Actually, when I went back home, last time we visited, I did... even though we were there for like a month, I think, and I missed the food here. To the point where I actively tried to search out for a Korean restaurant nearby at one point. There wasn't any. Not around Sheffield at that time, at least. I don't know about now. Maybe there are some now. Like, why did you move the food? Ooh, steak and cheeseburger, nice, a classic. Oh, you like soju as well? Oh, we're just gonna get the break out of the way. Exclamation mark play in chat if you would like to join there. Exclamation mark play. To get in there. And secure your place in the race. Killy, your bum's pressing all the buttons. Got kitty cat here. Oh, I don't have a timer. Oh, okay, you mean you're gonna, yeah. Should be fine. Here we go. All right. I will be right back. Oh, I think we can win a emote if you get top 5% in this one. Move the mouse so Killy doesn't press anything weird with his bum. All right, I'll be right back.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear
Okay, we're back. Yes, Killy was sat here just watching over the stream.
Thank you.
New cast! Stop! I'm just straight up standing on the keyboard there. Come here. You okay? Nuka. Oh, Nuki Nuke. Oh, Bob, do you want to do the nuke first? We can do the nuke and then go in there maybe.
Make sure to
It's so fun when you have a new character and you try to find people, you know, so you can fast travel to them. That's like the best thing about having a big friends list is when you make a new character, you can just find a server that has the highest concentration of your friends and enjoy those free markers. They are! Okay, now we got Jenny up here. Oh, is he gonna eat her? Oh. Thought he was gonna bite her ear then. Yorkshire slang! Let's try and find something we haven't had. Yet. Yorkshire slang. Okay, I got some time while... Oh! Here's one that, like... So if you're, like, talking about somebody, like, they're not there, but they're in the presence, that person might say to you, "Ooh, she, cat's mother." Usually, like, mums would say that if you were talking about your mum while your mum was in the room. Hi, Ma! Welcome! How's it going? I hope you had a lovely stream today. Welcome. How was it? Hi, Boy Meets Mini. Hi, HBG. Hi, NY. How are you doing? I hope you're all well. Welcome, welcome. Was it some 76 today? All I wanted was cuddles, but all I get are struggles. I feel maybe that's what Nuke is thinking, yeah. But welcome, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Kay. We do a lot of Fallout here. We've also been playing a bit of Diablo and Redfall lately, too. Hope everyone's having a lovely Sunday so far, or Monday, depending on where you are in the world. Yeah, so like, yeah, cat's mother. When you're... It doesn't... I don't think the age matters too much of the person. But usually the old generation would use that phrase more, yeah. Hi, Shadow. Welcome, welcome. It was super fun. Yay! I'm glad to hear. So the usual Fallout 76 grind today then. Nice. It's been okay, yeah. We've just been chilling and having a good natter. Mostly, so yeah. Nice, lazy Sunday.
Have yourself a
I heard you're
fine
going to Paris soon, right? Is that for TwitchCon? I know it's like soonish. Kate, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Welcome. Morris assigned you to pass out on the Bob Weiser and the microwave tea. Not the microwave tea. Anyway, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the lovely Mortator there. Enjoy your moats and your badge. And welcome to the family. Let's get some Munchkin hype in the chat there for the lovely NY and Mortator there. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Oh no, did Stream Elements subs just suddenly run out? I'm guessing that's what happened there. It always runs out in midstream. Thank you so much though. We are 6 subs away today from Kitty Cat Treat Chaos Time. Oh, we got like 40 minutes until the next mutated event, so we can take this queen down, then go do that daily op bob. We were just talking about weird food combos earlier. That are common in some places more than others. Like, so for here it was corn dogs with sugar. Kimchi? I like kimchi. I'm not, like, huge on it, though. I don't have it with every meal. We don't have a kimchi fridge. Because my partner's not big on kimchi either. But yeah, when we're out, like at a restaurant, or if we get it as a side dish, we might eat it. But we don't go out of our way for it. We don't make it, at home or anything like that. Is pineapple on pizza? You know, I don't really have strong feelings about pineapple on pizza. I've had it before. But I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's just weird. But yeah. But I'm not gonna scream if pizza appears that has it. I'd just probably just take the pineapple chunks off it, honestly. Wait, does what? Does shit on a shingle? What's that, Jenga? Paris on Wednesday. It's your daughter's grad trip. Poor thing graduated high school in 2020, and it's finally getting her trip. Oh, that's so it's gonna be fun then. Are there any like, yeah? What are you planning to see in Paris then? There's a lot to do in Paris. Have you been before, or is it your first time? You like jalapeno on your burgers? Jalapeno. Mmm. They're quite spicy, aren't they? American gravy with sausage on... American gravy's the white kind of gravy, right? That was so confusing for me. I saw... There was like this burger at KFC and it said it had gravy on it, but it was white. Because in England, it's more like brown usually. I'd never seen white gravy before. So that was weird for me. Yeah, because it tends to be more white in America than brown, right? Oh, it's ground beef on gravy bread. Okay. Right. Oh, I didn't know that. Why is it called shit on a shingle? People are gonna take that literally. Oh, you just call it brown gravy. White is country gravy. I didn't even know America had gravy, says Smokey. I've never been, so you want to see all the tourist sites? Oh, nice. If you get a chance to, definitely try to go past the Paris Opera House if you can, because that's quite a sight to see that building. Last time I went to Paris... Oh, no, it was for a concert. It wasn't with school, but I did go with some school trips. And there is a temple, and at the bottom of that temple is the red light district. So, because there's all these steps to get up there, all the buses have to stop, like, right outside the Moulin Rouge. So that's, I recommend that temple. Because, yeah, the school almost lost a few kids, when we were waiting to go up there. Because they kept wanting to look inside the places around there. But it's just a fun place for a temple, like right outside the red light district there. Moulin Rouge is a fun... I didn't go inside, but the outside of the building is really impressive.
You have yourself a fine
Mr.
day.
Rat, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good one today. Welcome. Hawaiian piece is good, but can be ruined if the pineapple ham ratio... So you feel like it's all about the pineapple ham ratio there, then. It has to be correct.
You have yourself a
White
fine
pepper
day.
milk gravy or ham bone gravy. Ah. Honestly, I didn't mind it. I quite liked both gravies. Yeah. Rain as well. Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow there. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one today. I'm just gonna do my buffs, Bob, and then we can go into daily ops. Yeah. Beef stew with rice. I'm guessing the beefy kind of gravy tends to be more brown, right? Kind of like how to do chicken I don't think I've had turkey gravy before. But yeah, and pepper gravy. But the others are kind of a tasty mystery. Oh, Zelda as well. Thank you so much for that follow too. You might stick with plain at first. You want to watch a compilation of people trying biscuits with peppermilk gravy for the first time? I think that's really similar like dumplings and gravy in the UK. Soup and rice is good. The fort feels good though. No worries. Have a good night, Eric. Thanks for hanging out, yeah. Have yourself a good one. I'm trying to think of what else is good to see in Paris. There's a lot of really good art museums. There's a palace is pretty, I think, is it Versailles we went to? I can't remember. We went to a palace, and I have really weird stories about Paris. We went to the palace, and I think it might have been Versailles, and there's some Playboy bunnies were there, so there was like some film crews and stuff. I don't think any of my Paris trips have been normal. Now that I think about it. The milk gravy's made with sausages and grease and flour and pepper and milk. And legit, that's all it is. Yeah. I didn't know who they were, but some people at the school, like, must have known them from, like, magazines or the TV show, and were pretty excited to see them. They were just having a tour. They're just having a tour around the palace. Paris is a strange place. Last time I went, a lot of the policemen had very big guns, and that was very intimidating because I'd not seen anything like that in England. And they were walking around like the train stations, and it was a long time ago. It might have been because of I think there was some terrorist alerts back then. And there were a few under the, like, patrolling near the Eiffel Tower as well, and in the train stations, yeah. Yeah, they were kind of everywhere. So that was weird. But yeah, Paris has really pretty places and then, like, really gritty places as well. So it's a bit of a mix. And I think jade walking's illegal there. Because I remember the French teacher kept trying to tell everybody, you can't do that here. You can't jade walk. You've got to wait. Don't get us in trouble. Yes. There are definitely... I went to a concert there, and it finished very late at night, and I remember running through the like, outer part very quickly to get to my friend, because there were some dealers around. Doing their shady dealer things. Trying to approach people who were leaving the concert. And I'm probably the fastest I've run in my life. The mix is what makes it beautiful, because that's both life... yeah. No, yeah. Though, yeah. Absolutely. Like most cities. Yeah. Like most cities. But if you're, like, in the main areas, yeah, you only really have to watch out for, like, the people who are, like, trying to sell stuff to tourists, really. That happen to lurk around a lot of the touristy sites. Like, you know, the Louvre and the palaces and places like that. Oh, right, I'm going into the... Sorry, I keep getting distracted today. Supposed to go into the daily ops. Bob's just like... Okay! Wake up! Yes, say no to that. Yeah, just water, thanks.
This is Dodge. Not sure why or when, but we had a breach in secure comms.
I think they're explodey. Yeah, be careful.
Shut them down.
I'm not using my auto axe in here. I'm not getting too close to them.
Devices in an area swarming with powerful baddies.
Just gonna shoot them like this.
Kill you before the next step. Happy hunting.
Oh yeah, there's Disneyland in Paris too, isn't there? There's Disneyland Paris. I've never been. But I always wanted to go. Lots of really nice cafes in Paris as well. Where you can just kind of like sit and chill with a nice view. They have wine bar, some good wine bars as well.
Intel is limited. You'll need to narrow it down yourself.
Oh, I have a fun story about the countryside. Oh goodness. The countryside in France. My mom and my dad went there a long time ago before I was born. And back then, my dad smoked. And he was smoking in a cafe. And a fight broke out between two French people about somebody else smoking and the other person wanting them to put it out. And he said he'd never put a cigarette out so fast in his life. And then he decided to quit after that. Just then got into a bit of a fist fight. So it was just like, no, maybe not. $40 in French wine that costs $6 in French. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. Yeah, they're putting some high import prices on that. Yeah. That's how the French are making their money. Bumping up the wine prices when they're selling them abroad. Yeah, the French countryside is really pretty, though. Just don't piss off the locals, I guess. Is what my dad learned.
There should be another code carrier strutting around. Find them. Take them out. Shut down another interceptor with that code. They'll probably keep ramping up their presence near the interceptors, so
I had
tread
a
carefully.
French teacher who... There are these, like, really tall towers when you're driving through France that you see, and she told everybody at the start of the trip that that's where they keep the frogs.
Well done. One more to go.
For the frog delicacy dishes, and everybody believed her until the end of the trip. And she was like, nah, it's just like a water tower. So for like a whole week, people thought that that there were giant towers in France. Filled with frogs.
You have yourself a fine
Eric,
day.
welcome. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good one today. Welcome. Cheese caves. What? What is a cheese cave? I gotta Google this. Oh, they do! Oh, you're not pulling my leg. Cheese caves are a thing. Is it just where they like fermenting the cheese? There's so much cheese! Oh my goodness. There's just like rows and rows of cheese in a cave. Oh, during one of the wars. They tore it down because we don't eat it all. Sounds like my apartment. They fist fight here if you smoke and vape and see. It's not bad, but it's noticeable. I mean, well, you can't. In public places, it's in most quite a few countries now. Yeah, you can't unless in like cafes and stuff anymore. Anyway, can you?
I recommend a tactical takedown. Good luck, team.
Like 80 years ago, the cheese was going bad, so the president's wife said to combine all the good cheeses, brick it, and feed it to the... Oh, and feed it to the poor. Oh. That's how the cheese caves happen? One state mayor thought it was a good idea to store cheese as a currency. Was a good idea. Ah, currency that, spoils. You ended up with government cheese that you can't remake the flavor because it was literally all the random cheeses combined. That's a fun cheese fact, that. Spoiled money. Suddenly worth less when it goes off. Yeah, they don't teach that in school in England. You like your money aged. Yeah, old money in it. Oh dear. That's a nice photo. Ceramic liquid meat bucket. Is that in the forest? I know I live for it. I couldn't believe I live driving distance from cheese caves. My whole education seems spoiled without this info. Maybe they didn't tell us about the caves because they were worried we would take the cheese. They were trying to protect the cheese. Oh, I got science chalkboards. Oh, Minecraft. Ah. It's actually a practical and respectable reason. It doesn't look like they're secured very well in there, at least from the pictures. Do you think they have some in Wisconsin? It is the cheese capital, after all. Fort Knox of cheese. Just an entire fort made of cheese that you store your cheese in. Though I don't know what's going to go off first. The cheese inside, maybe the cheese outside. Getting lost in a cave and thinking, but then you find a life, yeah, and they're like, how did you survive? And you're like, I found this cave full of cheese. So I just ate cheese for 3 years until they found me. But like your cholesterol's like through the roof after that. They wouldn't. Because there'd be no cheese left. You'll have eaten the evidence. Skyrim cheese home. Swarm of Suitors will go do that because it's good for the daily. Because some of the Mylark egg spawn thingies have been broken, so good chance to get your daily. Reminds me of the last time Crimson was playing Skyrim with the crowd control mod on, and we were all just spawning cheese on top of him. It was just like flying out. There was just so much. Oh my god! Can the game even handle that? In Oblivion on Xbox, I once did the bow and arrow thing to dupe soul gems because I was just curious what was going to happen. And what happened was I produced so many soul gems that the game started to freeze up. Like everything was going in slow motion. You know when the sound's like it did that, and they were all flying towards the shopkeeper who just was like. And then it crashed the whole Xbox. So I didn't do that again. It was the one where the amount of arrows you had would determine the amount of things that spewed out, basically. A couple of thousand arrows was too many soul gems, it turned out. Game didn't like it. Alright, let's get those. Bachelor. Legendary Blood Rage Bachelor. Oh no, what happened? Did it, I imagine that might tank the FPS a little, maybe, but it depends, like, if you filled it, maybe. Now you can't fast travel. The game just crashes if you go near it. Ah! And that's how we discovered what the budget is for. Oh, dear. We learned the hard way. Yeah, mod it till it breaks. Uh-huh. It was totally worth it, because I have a tiny glass skyscraper apartment building. Take that, game. Spend 2 weeks modding, 1 day playing, because it crashes. You just can't use it, but you can admire it from a distance. Oh, mount. Why is everybody stopped? Oh. I was like, I wasn't sure then if, like, the server was freezing or if people were just stood very still. I think they're just stood very still over there. Because the person here is moving. But I thought we were just about to enter Crash City there. Showing off your build, and over there's my apartment, but if we get too close, the game will collapse. So we will admire it from this, this specific distance that the game can handle. And no closer. Oh dear. I once had a situation where I'd accidentally, I think it was Oblivion, it was a body mod and it had an underwear and no underwear version on, and I put the wrong one in the folder and the Argonians were naked and I didn't know they were gonna be because I thought I put the underwear version on. So like I go into this town and there's just this Argonian just walking around, stark naked. Giblets hanging out. Not what I wanted to see. Be careful when you... Always read the file name properly, so you don't do that. I've seen way more of them than I needed to see, yeah. It was too detailed. There are a lot of mods that exist out there. But some of them you just have to be really careful because they have a safe for work and a not safe for work option, and you really gotta read those files correctly. Turkey neck for days. Oh no! King's backpack, yeah. I don't know, those of you who haven't seen that yet, what King did with the backpack and the new flare. Let's just say the backpack flares are located in a unfortunate place. When combined with the Mothman eyes, don't look like eyes anymore. Yeah, that was the Overseer in Barstone Fallout 4 just recently. It was a ghoul reskin. Oh no! So they were just like in the nutty. It's surprisingly easy to get them mixed up because some mods they don't like specifically state that. You're like, oh cool, ghoul retexture, and then you get in the game and you're like, oh no, ghoul titties, this isn't what I wanted. Doesn't rhyme with nose, but this does. You just got your hair. Oh no! I guess my hair will taste good now. It's got that coffee flavor to it. Nose that don't rhyme with walls. Sometimes Some modders are lazy, but that's okay. After all, the stuff is free. Yeah, some of them, there are some really nice reskin mods out there, but they don't have an underwear version. Yeah. Because it is extra work for them, though. They have to put extra, it's like an extra mesh and textures, so, like, I get it. Skull flares. What have you been using the skull flares for? I don't understand. I went to download a mod for a pretty dress, but it turns out you had to... Oh, like it was only compatible with one of those, like, bodies that didn't have an underwear variety, I'm guessing, right? So, like, you get a pretty dress, but when you jump, you get an eye full of something else. Yeah. I've had that before where I've downloaded a dress mod and then, a breeze and being like, oh, okay, we can't use this. It is missing something. And it's a shame because it's like a really nice outfit, but it's just not quite what I was after. So does he kick the weasel in place? Wait, what? Sorry. What are you doing, Lena? I think Lena's just trying to break my brain today. But yes, the wonderful world of modding Fallout and Elder Scrolls right there. I was gonna do something, and then I keep getting really distracted today. It's one of those squirrel kind of days. I have something to do. Build a wall. Okay, I'm gonna do that, because then maybe whatever I was trying to do, I'll remember. The Nuka bottle flare is kind of odd. Like, shape-wise, or... It's kind of chunky, I think, isn't it? Was it... I have to be in free cam. Oh, floor or wall. Okay. Free cam. I recommend doing Swarm of Suitors quest, because the eggs you can pick up from... the ground are bugged on the public servers because everyone's been clicking them. Every time we get that daily, they bug out. So Swarm of Suitors is a good place to get that done. Or check the shops as well. Go to White Spring and check the vendors if they're selling any. Because they have Mirelurk eggs sometimes. Okay, done. I think if you buy them, it should count. Oh, I've got some of these to claim. Oh, one more. Oh, more. Apparently I haven't... Okay. I hadn't picked those up for a while. How are we doing on the weeklies? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna re-roll that, because the time I did see a sheep squash, I forgot. Oh, okay, glass. Can we bolt glass? We can. Nice and easy. It's Sunday, so I'm probably just gonna re-roll the daily op. Simultaneously hold 2 workshops. Oh, that's nice and easy. I don't think I've seen that one before. First time I've gotten that. Less work than the daily up one, at least. Too hard, please, no. Oh, there wasn't any enemies or anything. Nothing around here. Suspiciously clear. Alright, and then we just want to quickly go to... We'll just go to no. We'll go to Homestead. It's nice and easy. Nice and quick. Yeah. Oh, now there's a sheep squatch. Come on. What are the chances? Can you believe it? You know, if I came here and I still had that on, that would not have happened, I'm sure. It would have spawned something else. But it's because I got rid of it. Oh well, at least we got some meat. It knows. It cannot convince me it does not know. Alright, let's claim it. Let's go swap this over. Back to Grenada. And... Oh, actually, I'm going to drop some of those eggs at camp, and I'm curious if someone picks them up that way, if it's going to count. Who still needs the daily? Nice, done done! And that's the weeklies wrap. Alright, I'm going to drop him down here, and we'll see. I need to catch up on sleep tomorrow, I think. We had a mosquito in the house for like 2 days, so we weren't able to sleep very well. But Kenny got it last night, so it's gone now. It was just waiting in the corner for him. No one's... Oh, you trying to get caps down? Oh, I genuinely came to camp for something, and then I started talking about mosquitoes, and now I can't remember what I came here for. Oh. To drop the Mylar kegs, maybe? Maybe that was it? Yeah. I know. Useless. Not one of them caught it. Yeah, that was it. Drop eggs. I hate that when you're like... It's like when you start moving, you completely forget what you were moving for in the first place. New cats. Nuka will try to hunt, but it generally just results in destruction. Okay, so drop the eggs here. Curious if it doesn't work when you pick them up, you could try selling them and then buying them back, and then maybe that'll work. It's fine. We don't need those anymore. I only had to hold them simultaneously for 1 second. Trying to think of... I think I can do Charlie, but I don't think I can do the other silos. Hey, how you doing, Cordy? I hope you're well. Welcome. Thanks. They've had the zoomies today. It's been a pretty chaotic... It was chaotic this morning. They've been resting most of the stream now. Oh, she's gone. I don't know where she is right now. So yeah, we'll do Charlie. I gotta put some stuff in the machine first, though. Starfield Direct June 11th is when you'll hear more about it. So likely they're not going to give too much away until then.
Someone needs to do something about civilians setting off nukes.
Cell service is so bad. I know who's on it because your internet cuts off when they walk past. Whoa, that's crazy. So it's quite sensitive then. Went and fed the 2 doggos and cats, then had charcuterie and lemon cake for dinner. Ooh, fancy. Oh, I gotta see this. Is it in the food section? Ooh, that looks nice. Wow. Look at that plate with the cheese and the meat. Wow. That looks great. That's the cake. That looks delicious. That is a good meat and cheese platter, that. Yeah, look good. Oh, Heart of the Swamp Zone. I'll just get my card and then I'll go. Usually it's another quick one, that Heart of the Swamp. Yeah, right? Yes, please.
Unrecognized personnel detected. Activating security system alpha.
Oh. Picking up and selling and buying back does not count. Oh, that sucks. So buying, maybe you have to... What about buying if you didn't sell them there first? Like you just happened to see some in the shop. Is that counting? They might have some at White Spring if you're lucky. In the, at the vendors. Mutated Heart of the Swamp. Let's go do that. We got our card ready. Jalapeno jam, duck lye pate, blueberry goat cheese. Oh wow, and sweet picked onions were your favorite. Nice. Oh, liver, duck liver pate. Yeah, it looks fancy, that place. Down, oh yeah, okay. You could try the vendors around the map as well. And see if they have any. It's not guaranteed, sadly, but, sometimes they've got some in there.
Attention, this is Raleigh Clay on a priority message recording. A strangler heart's been picked up in the vicinity and inside infested creatures won't be far behind. To anyone listening, take down that heart before it controls too many creatures and things get out of hand.
Yes, if you're lucky. Hopefully we'll get another swarm of suitors for chat. That's honestly the easiest way with the eggs out in the open being bugged.
Picked up at the Hearts location. Be on the lookout for something big.
Am I in the event? No, I'm not. It didn't put me in the event, even though I got here quite early. Thanks, game. Oh well. I've got all the plans from there, from the packs at least. Oh, did it? Oh, maybe I just happened to look at it as it stopped then. Let's see, did we... Oh, I didn't get a... Wait, did I get a pack? I don't know. It's hard to tell if I got a pack or not. I have a feeling maybe I've got someone opened. That's not counting. Boo! Okay, so yeah, probably you're gonna have to wait for swarm of suitors then, I'm guessing. Yeah, if you can't find any in containers. Oh no, it says we got some. Okay. Oh. I was just too slow to look at it. No, it could be lagging a bit then, yeah. It is possible. Okay, we're just gonna get the break out of the way and then we'll do the silo, yeah, and the nuke. Exclamation mark play in chat to join there. Exclamation mark play to get in there. Chance to win. I think it's an emote. Top 5%. All right, here we go. 10-second countdown, and I will be right back. I've got to go grab myself another drink.
All systems nominal.
Oh, did everybody have the banana mega? It can get pretty crazy when a lot of players have that, I've noticed, because like the whole track just gets flooded with bananas. And then nobody can drive down it without you know, hitting them. Oh, for goodness sake. It didn't do the advert properly there. It didn't play it. We'll have one more race and then we'll continue the silo. Yeah, sorry about that. It didn't play the damn thing. Exclamation mark play in chat to join. Let's do one more quick race there while that breaks on. Sorry about that. Yeah, exclamation mark play just to squeeze in. Hi, Burkles. How you doing? I hope you're well. Welcome. How's it going today? Hope you're doing good. You okay, Wanya? Here we go. Boom. 10, 9. The dual language keyboards. We gotta win this one so we can get on to the next round. We need at least one of us to come first. There goes Captain 2 and Regal. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything's okay. So you've been having a couple of doctor's visits then. Everything else is good though. Hopefully that stuff turns out okay in the end as well then. A cheat. I mean, it worked for Wriggle. Canadian medical system. Is it alright over there, the Canadian medical system? One sec. Ooh, alright, sorry about that. You need a banana-proof tire, right? I know the mud tires are pretty good, but they're not banana-proof, sadly. Hello, Jenny. Way, there we go. Good job. Chat wins. Go us! Alright. Okay, hang on a minute. Sorry, my plan was to do this silo, but I'm a little bit nauseous out of nowhere all of a sudden, and I don't want to risk it today. So I think, we might end the stream here, but during the weekday there'll be some longer ones. Yesterday we were on like 10 hours, so hopefully that makes up for the shorter stream today a little bit. But the plan next week is, if there's enough content that they added in Saints Row, we will dive back into that and check that out for some half streams next week. I'll let you know in the Discord after I've looked into it if everything's okay there. Yeah. And yeah, of course some Fallout as well. Yeah, sorry about this. It just kind of came out of nowhere. Thank you, though. Yeah, I hope everyone else has a lovely rest of their day, too. Let's see. Maybe we can pass on to... Sorry, Jenny's, like, now wants to climb all over all the things. Let's pass on a lovely raid to, Ray, yeah? Ray's on right now doing some mutated events over on the PlayStation. Hi, Skirly! Oh, sorry, yeah, we're just ending right now. But I hope you're having a lovely one today, yeah? Hopefully weekend's being good. Okay, so we'll give a lovely raid to the Ray. Do give them some Munchkin love and Munchkin hype because they are awesome. And I will see you all on Tuesday. Yeah, if you're enjoying Mother's Day today, hope you have a wonderful one. Take care, and I will...
You have yourself a
as
fine
welcome.
day.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you so much, everybody. And I will see you soon, yeah? Have a good one. Bye-bye.